Chapter 1066. Once the skeleton centurion died, the rest of the skeleton soldiers were easily killed by the personal guards. When this half-step Yin-Yang realm expert turned around to look for Jiuma Jian, he realized that he had been lured away from his home. All of Tomohiko Kuma's personal guards had been killed. This already explained the problem. The half-step Yin-Yang realm expert roared at the sky, trying to vent the anger in his chest. But no matter how much he roared, little Duke Tomohiko Kuma would definitely not return. Search, split up and search. If you can't find the little Duke, don't go back. The enraged, half-step Yin-Yang realm expert could only vent his anger on his subordinates. Then he flew into the air and left. If they couldn't find the little Duke, Mutu would definitely kill him. There was no need to think about it. 15 minutes after he left, Ling Xiao's weak figure appeared in a nearby bush, along with the completely restrained Tomohiko Kuma. Don't worry, little Duke, I won't kill you. But you have to tell me, what exactly is your relationship with the Divine Phoenix Empire? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Tomohiko Kuma. He suddenly released his soul power and hit Tomohiko Kuma's spirit sea. Tomohiko Kuma's heavenly essence energy and soul power were restrained. He couldn't resist at all and was easily controlled by Ling Xiao. Speak, tell me everything you know. Tomohiko Kuma stared blankly at Ling Xiao and said, "This war was originally a deal between my master and the Divine Phoenix Emperor. The goal was naturally to eliminate Jining's Northern Desert Army, LV Chenglong's Imperial City Camp, and of course you—" He really thinks highly of me. He actually compared me to Jining's Northern Desert Army and LV Chenglong's Imperial City Camp. Ling Xiao wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. His voice was dry and bitter. The worst-case scenario still happened. Tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were treated like idiots. In the eyes of those high and mighty people, they were just disposable pawns. Luckily, Ling Xiao had done his best to reverse the situation. Although it was not perfect, Jining, LV Chenglong, and Feng Qingyan had survived. More than half of the Northern Desert Army had survived, and the civilians had not suffered many casualties. The only pitiful ones were the 70,000 Imperial City soldiers. They were loyal to the Emperor and loved their country. They were hot-blooded and came to the front line to kill the enemy, but they didn't know that they were just abandoned chess pieces. Because those high and mighty fellows wanted LV Chenglong, Jining, Feng Qingyan, and Ling Xiao to die. You want us to die, you want us to grieve, but Ling Xiao, will not let you succeed. Just wait and see. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. The northern desert city would rise again, and it would become even more powerful. Those people behind the scenes. He would also settle the score with them one by one. It didn't matter if they were Sikong Zun, Bien Tianyan, or Dijun. They all had to die. They had to pay with their lives for those soldiers who died on the battlefield. He struggled to stand up, trapped Tomohiko Kuma in the beast ring, and then put the beast ring into the Mountain River world, because he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. In fact, after the battle with the 8 guards, he was already seriously injured. Logically speaking, he should have received treatment. Unfortunately, in order to capture Tomohiko Kuma alive, not only did he not receive treatment in time, he also took the risk to participate in the battle. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. Therefore, he had to prepare everything that needed to be prepared. He found a secluded place to hide, and then he finally lost consciousness and collapsed. The butterfly lady didn't enter the Mountain River world, nor did she stay in the beast ring. She hid near Ling Xiao. Although she couldn't heal and couldn't move Ling Xiao, she could still protect Ling Xiao from being eaten by wild beasts or killed by enemies. The blue sky was clear, and the scorching sun was like fire. In the dense grass, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. After sleeping, his injuries had actually healed. Not only that, but his cultivation had also broken through. 7-star sky cultivation. This was his current realm. Not only that, he had finally mastered the 5th step of the light and shadow profound meaning. And all of this was actually achieved in a dream. If this were to spread, everyone would probably be shocked. Looking up at the sky, although it was hot, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. After capturing Tomohiko Kuma alive, his cultivation had broken through again. His injuries didn't leave any sequelae. I can go back now. Looking in the direction of the northern desert city, Ling Xiao planned to hurry back. This time, he came out to kill Tomohiko Kuma, and the main purpose was to save Jining and the others. No matter if it was useful or not, it was imperative to go back. However, he chased too quickly, and was only focused on locking onto Tomohiko Kuma's aura. As a result, he didn't remember the path at all. Now, he could only run back in a general direction. Fortunately, he was a martial artist. Even if he encountered a tall mountain or something, he could just directly jump over it. It wasn't a big deal. Rumor has it that between the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire, there is a scorpion tribe. The leader, the Scorpion King, has unfathomable strength, and they are very good at surviving in the desert. Therefore, no matter if it's the Divine Phoenix Empire or the Black Crow Empire, they are not willing to provoke people from this tribe. Hopefully, I won't encounter these scorpion men. Ling Xiao was not only someone who liked martial arts, he was also very eager to learn. Therefore, after coming to the Divine Phoenix Empire, he had actually read many books. He was more familiar with the local customs and geography of the Divine Phoenix continent. In this toxic desert, other than some monsters hidden in the desert, of course, the scorpion men were the ones that couldn't be provoked the most. Not only were these scorpion men not weak, they were also good at controlling poisonous scorpions. There were big and small poisonous scorpions in the desert, and they were very difficult to guard against. It was possible that when you were walking or sleeping, you would be ambushed. Therefore, if he could avoid provoking them, Ling Xiao was not willing to provoke them no matter what. Perhaps he was lucky enough. After rushing for 2 hours, Ling Xiao didn't see a single scorpion man. He only met some monsters in the desert, which weren't enough to pose a threat to him. He even tamed a desert hermit crab. This desert hermit crab was extremely large, as tall as a 2-story building. Sitting on it was simply like sitting on a puppet warship. Not only was it very fast, it also saved him a lot of trouble. Basically, many monsters didn't dare to come out when they saw this huge creature. After rushing for a long time, Ling Xiao felt a little thirsty. When he left the water and food to the people and soldiers of the Northern Desert Pass. He was really unbearably hot right now. Although a Heaven Realm martial artist could go several days without eating, they couldn't go without drinking water. Unless they reached the Grotto Heaven Realm, they could go without eating or drinking for half a month. Otherwise, when cultivating in seclusion, dry food and water were essential items. The reason why storage rings were so important was actually related to this point. Chapter 1067. The desert hermit crab brought Ling Xiao to an oasis, which made Ling Xiao feel very touched. Although the big guy was a little rough at first, it soon became obedient after being taught a lesson. It even knew that he was thirsty, so it brought him to the oasis. Well, that was what he thought at first. It was not until he saw a group of strange-looking scorpion people in the oasis looking at him vigilantly that he realized that the big guy was not doing it for his own good. It had been planning to take revenge on him all along, which was why it brought him to the scorpion nest. The desert hermit crab dived into the water and laughed proudly. It was definitely laughter. Ling Xiao was completely sure of that. F***CKU. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath, thinking that he had been played by a beast. However, the desert hermit crab's pride did not last long. Ling Xiao pressed his right hand on the ground, and a shadow spike pierced the ground and chased after it. Boom! The huge roar directly shook the desert hermit crab out of the underground river. When its huge body fell to the ground, it was already broken into pieces. Gentlemen, I really had no intention of invading the scorpion people's territory. I was brought here by this beast. I'll leave right now. Ling Xiao did not want to fight those scorpion people. In particular, the female scorpion person seemed to be at least a 10th paradise powerhouse. He could not afford to provoke her at all. Moreover, although the other scorpion people were weak, they were all celestial realm powerhouses. If he was surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the saying went, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Although Ling Xiao was brave and fearless, it depended on who he was facing. Fighting head-on despite knowing that he could not win was not courage, but stupidity and recklessness. However, the reason the scorpion people were so terrifying was that they were not very reasonable. If you trespassed into their territory, you would die. On the surface, the female scorpion person did not look much different from a human. It was only when she fought that she would show her half-human, half-scorpion state. Although these races said that humans were lowly because the sacred dynasty had ruled the mystic world for tens of thousands of years, in their minds, the human form was still seen as the perfect form. Therefore, no matter which continent or race one was on, maintaining a human form was something to be proud of. Only martial artists who were strong enough could do it. Hee, little human brat, you trespassed into someone else's territory and caused such a huge commotion. Do you think you can leave after apologizing? Isn't that a little too insincere? That scorpion woman had a very charming appearance. However, after her charming laughter, she attacked mercilessly. Before she finished speaking, her right hand suddenly flicked lightly, and a strange light that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye shot towards Ling Xiao. The speed was fast, and the angle was tricky. It was really ruthless. If one was hit by this poisonous light, even if they didn't die, they would be paralyzed. It was no wonder that so many cultivators were unwilling to tangle with the scorpion men. They were even unwilling to enter the scorpion men's territory. These scorpion men were truly unreasonable. However, now that Ling Xiao had made a breakthrough in his cultivation base, his strength had greatly increased. Adding on the fact that he had no intention of escaping unscathed, he was constantly paying attention to the scorpion woman's every move. When his opponent flicked his right hand, he had already used divine light travel and fled to the side. Whoosh! Pa! The blue light did not hit Ling Xiao, but it hit the bushes behind Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the originally tenacious desert plants withered and turned black. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's heart could not help but tremble. Good heavens, this scorpion woman's poison was a little too strong. Her attack was also ruthless. She really wanted to take his life. The scorpion woman's attack failed, but she did not immediately attack. Instead, she smiled charmingly and said, "Interesting. According to your human age, you should only be 15 or 16 years old. You have delicate features and are very cute. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Sister of the scorpion tribe, I really don't have any hostility towards your tribe. Why do you have to force me?" Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He did not dare to delay and fled into the distance. He could tell that there was no point in trying to reason with these people. These scorpion people were simply unreasonable. Seeing Ling Xiao's figure suddenly turn into a golden light and flee into the distance, the scorpion woman just smiled. Then a pipa appeared in her white and delicate hand. Her slender, jade-like fingers gently strummed the pipa, and then strange music began to play, a cold, aura came from the desert, and there was a constant rustling sound. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt his scalp go numb. In a hurry, he hurriedly used the scarlet sun feather raiment, and then shot 2 scarlet sun alls into the desert. Flames spurted out from the sand, and several charred objects flew out from the impact. Only now did Ling Xiao confirm it. The feeling that made his scalp go numb was from these scorpions hidden in the sand. These scorpions were not big, only the size of a thumbnail, but their color was a little strange. It was a transparent color that he had never seen before. Ling Xiao had seen records of these poisonous scorpions in the Eternal Divine Pill scripture before. It was said that the venom of these poisonous scorpions could be used to make many powerful poisons and poisonous pills. Even without any processing, this venom alone was enough to kill a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist on the spot. TSK, little cutie, you're quite capable. You know so much that even Big Sister is not willing to kill you. Now, Big Sister will give you a chance. Become Big Sister's exclusive property, and you might be able to keep your life. Otherwise, how many poisonous scorpions can you kill? The scorpion woman let out a seductive and cruel laugh, and then the sound of the pipa became louder and louder. As the pipa continued to play, more and more rustling sounds came from the sand. Ling Xiao discovered that the ground that was originally covered in sand was now completely covered by the poisonous scorpions. They were densely packed, and there were at least tens of thousands of them. The stinger of each scorpion flickered with a dark blue light. If Ling Xiao was stung by any one of them, he would definitely be finished. Unless there was a miraculous elixir to detoxify the poison, his life would come to an end. Looking at the densely packed poisonous scorpions, Ling Xiao had no choice but to float in the air, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He had experienced many battles, but he had never seen anyone fight like this. It was no wonder that the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire wanted to form an alliance with the Scorpion tribe. Summoning so many poisonous scorpions at once in a densely packed crowd really had a terrifying effect of completely turning the tide of the battle. Sir Cieli, we still have proper business to attend to. Why don't we just kill this person? The scorpion men who were standing near Xia Li earlier suggested. They did not seem to care about Ling Xiao at all, and were guarding against an even more terrifying crisis. Chapter 1068. Haha, what's the hurry? I haven't had enough fun yet. You're such a cute human young master. It's only fun to play with him. Besides, why are you panicking? Even if the sky falls, the king will hold it up. Do you think he'll send you to your deaths? Cieli smiled charmingly. Anyway, Ling Xiao was surrounded by poisonous scorpions and couldn't escape at all. Therefore, she could take care of Ling Xiao leisurely. Little brother, don't lie in front of Big Sister. You have the smell of war on you, and it's very strong. If Big Sister is not wrong, you should be a soldier, right? Why did you come to our Scorpion Men tribe? Are you from the Black Crow Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire? Ling Xiao was shocked. This woman was so powerful that she could roughly guess his identity just by observing his aura. It seemed that he had better not lie in front of her. There was no need to lie. He said softly, Sister, I was originally a disciple of Qingshu College. I followed the army to the border to train. I lost my way because I was chasing after the people of the Black Crow Empire. I wanted to tame a desert hermit crab so that I could return smoothly. Who knew that the beast would bring me here? Ling Xiao's words were naturally not a lie. However, he left out many key points. He did not expect her to let him go. Therefore, he released his soul power as he spoke and was ready to escape at any time. Haha, you're honest. You didn't lie. Cieli stared at Ling Xiao for a while and smiled. Since I'm telling the truth, shouldn't you ask those scorpions to leave? Ling Xiao did not dare to move his eyes away from Cieli when he spoke. She was an expert at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. Although you're telling the truth, it's our rule to kill those who trespass into the scorpion tribe. I have a use for him, Cieli said to the scorpion man beside her with her eyes flickering. Yes. A male scorpion man beside. Cieli suddenly stood up. The weapon in his hand was a strange whip. The whip was covered with barbs and could spray poison at any time. It could also be used to tie people up. The long whip lashed out at Ling Xiao. It didn't look like it was going to kill him, but it was going to seriously injure him. Perhaps this was what the scorpion men did when they were hunting. That was the only way to make their prey listen to them. Ninth Heaven martial artist. Ling Xiao quickly determined the opponent's cultivation level as soon as he made his move. The golden crow sword suddenly shot out and fiercely pierced towards the long whip. Blazing light flashed, and some of the poisonous scorpions near Ling Xiao were actually roasted alive. The terrifying qi blew countless poisonous scorpions towards the scorpion man that was pouncing over, while Ling Xiao's body took the opportunity to leap into the air. Pa! The long whip and the golden crow sword collided in midair. Ling Xiao borrowed this force to leap even higher, but the scorpion man did not retreat. Instead, he lashed out with his whip again, viciously lashing out at Ling Xiao. See you again. The long whip failed to hit Ling Xiao because, at this time, Ling Xiao had a pair of wings on his back. His speed was so fast that it surprised Cieli again. Is this a flying martial soul? No, it's not a martial soul, but he is only at the celestial being realm. How could he condense wings? Cieli suddenly pursed his lips and smiled. You guys continue to monitor here. If you find any suspicious person, report to me immediately. This little cutie is a bit interesting. He must have some treasures. I'll chase after him myself. Yes, Master Cieli. After giving the order, Cieli smiled and rose into the air. Although he couldn't condense wings, he could float in the air. His speed was even faster than Ling Xiao's. Little cutie, you'd better run faster. Otherwise, this game of chasing will be meaningless. Cieli's status in the Scorpion Men tribe was very high. If others knew that a human martial artist in the celestial being realm had escaped from her, she would be disgraced. Therefore, she had to catch Ling Xiao. Damn it, you're really chasing after me. I said I didn't do it on purpose. In the sky, a golden light broke through the air, leaving behind helpless curses. Ling Xiao had already noticed Cieli, who was hot on his tail. He was frustrated. He was fleeing in the opposite direction of the northern desert city. It had not been easy for him to get here, but all his efforts were going to be in vain. Bang! Cieli couldn't fly, so she could only glide. After a long time of gliding, her body suddenly fell to the ground and smashed a big pit on the soft beach. Then she shot up again, and her speed was much faster. Little cutie, it's useless to run away. I've said I won't kill you. Go back and stay with me in the Scorpion Men tribe for a while. When the investigation is clear, I'll let you go. Cieli had a playful smile on her face. Obviously, she regarded this as a game of cat and mouse. It had been a long time since a human being could make her so happy. Wicked woman, old demon, are you crazy? If I go back to the Scorpion Men tribe with you, I'll be completely eaten alive by you. Ling Xiao knew that the Scorpion Men were extremely cruel. As soon as they were born, they would eat their parents and then inherit their parents' legacy to live on. Not only would they become stronger, but they would also become more cruel. Little thing, your words are really unpleasant, but you're right. I'm going to play you to death, suck your blood essence dry, and then make you into a specimen. You won't be able to escape today. When Cieli heard Ling Xiao's words, She became angry and scolded loudly. Old Demonis, stop dreaming. Even if yours truly were to commit suicide, I would never let an old thing like you lay a finger on me. As Ling Xiao fled, he considered whether he should ask the butterfly lady for help. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gave up. He was not on the verge of death. If he asked the butterfly lady for help too early, it would be very detrimental to his development. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Do you really think this old lady cares about you? Since you want to die, this old lady will fulfill your wish. Cieli was really angry. A human being whose cultivation was so much lower than hers had never dared to talk to her like that. How could she bear it? After saying that, her body began to change. Her originally pretty and charming body became ferocious and terrifying. A huge scorpion tail grew out from her back. Then, the tail quickly gathered power and shot toward Ling Xiao. In the air, the energy transformed into a huge poisonous scorpion. The huge poisonous scorpion bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It pierced through the barrier of the air. In just a moment, it crossed hundreds of meters and came behind Ling Xiao. Its huge tail fiercely stabbed toward Ling Xiao's body. I'll dodge. Ling Xiao did not dare to confront Cieli directly. His opponent was too strong. She was not at the celestial being realm, nor was she at the grotto heaven realm. She was an expert at the 10th grotto heaven realm. Unless the butterfly lady intervened, he would be courting death if he confronted her directly. Chapter 1069. Shadow Step. In an instant, Ling Xiao's body disappeared in midair, and the huge scorpion missed its target. How dare you use such a petty trick in front of me? You're ridiculous. Get down here. Facing Ling Xiao, who had used Shadow Step, Cieli did not stop attacking. The huge scorpion tail suddenly changed its direction in midair. Damn it! Ling Xiao hurriedly brandished his sword to resist. When the scorpion tail hit the golden crow sword, Ling Xiao felt that his body was about to fall apart and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Bang! A sandpit several meters deep appeared on the ground. Ling Xiao was almost buried alive by the sand. Seeing this, Cieli could not help but chuckle. She suddenly appeared near the sandpit and covered her mouth with her right hand. She chuckled and said, "Little thing, now you know the disadvantages of having a cheap mouth. You have to go back with me today, whether you like it or not. Go back to your sister." A figure suddenly appeared in the sandpit. The golden crow sword in his hand condensed a black and white light and shadow divine all. Like a shell from the sacred dynasty's red coke cannon, he rushed toward Cieli, who was only 10 meters away. Although it was humiliating for Ling Xiao to fall from the sky, he was not injured because of his strong body. "You're swearing again, but I can't bear to kill you." In the face of Ling Xiao's attack, Cieli simply ignored it. She just patted gently. The ferocious light and shadow divine all was easily crushed like a drop of water. Not only that, but when the wind from her palm blew across the ground, the sand actually condensed into the shape of a giant scorpion. This time, the scorpion's tail landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body, smashing Ling Xiao so hard that he was almost crippled on the spot. However, Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, showed a cunning smile. "Void, shadow crocodile. Let's see how you can dodge it." Cieli had indeed underestimated Ling Xiao. When the void shadow crocodile opened its huge mouth, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She quickly dodged, but she still couldn't completely avoid it. Her tail was bitten off by the void shadow crocodile, and the dark blue liquid spilled all over the ground. "I'll kill you." Fury. Cieli was really furious. A celestial realm martial artist had actually injured her, an elite of the 10th paradise. This was absolutely unforgivable. It's a pity that I didn't bite it to death." Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. The stronger a martial artist was, the more sensitive they were to danger. After the void shadow crocodile used it once, it wouldn't be so easy for it to work again. Next, unless he sent the butterfly lady to fight, he would definitely die if he faced Xie Li. However, Xie Li, who was furious, suddenly calmed down and revealed a smile that looked like a peach blossom. However, this smile felt a little creepy. "Good. It was really good. You little brat, you're really making me like you more and more. I'll definitely bring you back and torture you until you die." Xie Li smiled. It was not that she didn't hate Ling Xiao, but if she killed Ling Xiao so easily, it would be too easy for him. She wanted to use her own methods to ruthlessly torture this brat, making this brat suffer so much pain that he could neither live nor die. "Old demon, I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Maybe later, you may not even have the ability to protect yourself, let alone deal with me. Little guy, don't make these meaningless struggles. Your words mean nothing to me. In this poisonous desert, no one can do anything to me." Xie Li seemed very confident. "Oh, really? What if this person is Timur Mutu?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "What?" Xie Li was obviously a little scared when she heard this name. Timur Mutu, the Grand Tutor of the Black Crow Empire, was said to be as strong as the Scorpion King. Even 10 Xie Lis would not be a match for him. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Ling Xiao asked. "Humph, Timur Mutu is indeed terrifying. However, the Black Crow Empire and our Scorpion tribe have always minded their own business. Why would he come here?" Xie Li snorted. "Don't you know? It's said that the little prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma, has gone missing and Mutu is looking for him like a madman. The Black Crow Empire does respect your Scorpion tribe, but what do you think will happen if they find out that you've captured their little prince?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Haha, little guy. If you have the time to scare me, why don't you think about how to escape?" At this point, Xie Li's expression suddenly changed. She looked at the sky in the distance and became extremely nervous. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao hid. It was impossible for him to escape, now as there was a high chance that he would be discovered by Mutu. However, if he hid and completely cut off his aura, Mutu would not be able to find him. After a while, 2 figures appeared in the sky. One of them was Timur Mutu. The other was the half-step Inyang realm expert, who had been protecting Tomohiko Kuma. Either one of them was much stronger than Xie Li. "You're Xie Li, right? I remember you're one of the 3 commanders under the Scorpion King. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, where is the little prince Tomohiko Kuma?" Mutu looked at Xie Li indifferently as if he would kill Xie Li at any moment. Timur Mutu was an iron-blooded warrior in the Black Crow Empire. He advocated eliminating the Scorpion tribe. However, the queen preferred to live in peace with the Scorpion tribe. However, today, for the little prince Tomohiko Kuma, he would not mind slaughtering the Scorpion tribe. "Timur Mutu, although you're powerful, aren't you afraid that you'll anger our queen and the Black Crow Empire by intruding into the territory of the Scorpion tribe and questioning me?" Xie Li was afraid of Mutu, but the Scorpion tribe had always been arrogant and stubborn. They were not afraid of death. It was impossible for her to kneel and surrender to the intruder. "Meet on the battlefield?" "Ha ha ha ha." Timur Mutu laughed disdainfully and said, "You really think too highly of yourselves. If it wasn't for that old and muddle-headed queen insisting on peaceful coexistence with you, this old man would have eradicated you long ago. The territory of the Scorpion Men tribe, this is the territory of the Black Crow Empire. You'd better remember, it clearly—" Mutu did not take Xie Li seriously at all. If it weren't for finding Tomohiko Kuma, he would have killed Xie Li without even talking to him. "You've gone too far." Cieli gnashed his teeth and said, "Yes, I'm bullying you. So what? I'll give you another chance. Where is the little prince? Don't tell me. I don't know. I've already sensed the little prince's aura." Timur Mutu said coldly. Cieli suddenly thought of Ling Xiao. Could it be that brat captured Jiuma Xian? Chapter 1070. Cieli hesitated for a moment, but did not give up Ling Xiao in the end. Because compared to Ling Xiao, this Mutu was simply too detestable. The Scorpion men were not afraid of death. They would not surrender to the strong just because they were afraid. Moreover, the Scorpion Men tribe had received news that the Lizard tribe had colluded with the little prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma, and was preparing to attack the Scorpion Men tribe. To her, Ling Xiao was just a plaything that had accidentally intruded into her territory, but Mutu was her real enemy. Kill me or torture me as you wish. I've never seen him before. Timur Mutu. Don't use such a lame excuse to offend the Scorpion Men tribe. Cieli said righteously. These words made Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, feel some admiration for her. To be honest, he had released Tomohiko Kuma's aura on purpose. He wanted to lure Mutu over, so that he could take the opportunity to escape. He wanted to let Timur Mutu and the Scorpion Men fight each other. In his opinion, neither side was good. But now, he was a little soft-hearted. Although Cieli was hateful, she was still admirable compared to Timur Mutu. Grand Tutor, let me capture her. It's impossible to reason with such a stubborn guy. The Scorpion Men tribe has a complicated terrain. Only by capturing this woman can we reduce the difficulty. Moreover, that thing is in the tribe. With it, it will be much easier to find the little prince. The half-step Inyang realm warrior cupped his hands and said. Timur Mutu nodded and said, "Remember, don't kill her. After all, we still have a use for her." "Don't worry, Grand Tutor. No matter how cunning the Scorpion Men are, Fengzhan, will capture her today." Fengzhan was unhappy that he failed to protect Tomohiko Kuma. He was worried that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Today, Cieli had given him the opportunity to vent his anger. If he did not vent it, he would die of suffocation. The moment he finished speaking, he had already shot through the air toward Cieli. Along the way, he actually turned into a black line, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. Even in the air, there were continuous sounds of explosions, and 2 deep ravines were carved out in the sand. Cieli was well aware that she was no match for Fengzhan, so she didn't want to prolong the battle. As long as there was a chance, she would choose to escape and tell their king about Timur Mutu entering the Scorpion Men tribe. Otherwise, with the strength of Timur Mutu and Fengzhan, no one could stop them except for the Scorpion King. The Scorpion Men tribe might really fall into a catastrophe. With this thought in mind, Cieli did not stay idle. He also performed the move that he had used to deal with Ling Xiao. However, compared to before, the scorpion formed by the sand was not only larger, but there were also 2 of them at once. Their power was even greater than before. Fengzhan just looked at Cieli's every move coldly. He had already raised the long spear in his hand, and his energy flew out. The chaotic sand and dust couldn't even get close to him. Boom! With a thrust of the spear, one of the huge scorpions was directly pierced and exploded. There was no suspense at all. Fengzhan was really strong, so strong that he was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, was secretly speechless. It was really unbelievable that he could survive from such a person. After piercing one of the scorpions, Fengzhan did not stop moving forward. He shook his long spear, and a spear light burst out. Its power was even greater than before. The sand waves kept rolling, but they couldn't hide his steel-like body. Boom! Another scorpion was pierced and exploded by the long spear. In the face of Feng Zhan's terrifying fighting spirit, Xieli suddenly bit her hand hard, and blood dripped onto the sand. Then, a huge scorpion formed again. However, the situation this time was completely different from before. The scorpion was clearly formed by sand, but it looked like a living creature. Its huge tail swayed behind it, and the blue poisonous stinger was 2 to 3 meters long. This scorpion is actually alive. What secret technique is this? Ling Xiao was also shocked. To be able to turn a dead creature into a living creature, could it be that the soul in the sand was activated? After thinking about it, Ling Xiao couldn't figure out what was going on, but he was sure that it was a little similar to the immortal pot's ability to absorb souls. The immortal pot could absorb the soul of any object. However, Xie Li's secret technique could bestow souls to dead creatures. Although it was the opposite, the principle should be the same. Boom! Feng Zhan's long spear pierced the scorpion again. However, this time, he failed to pierce through the scorpion. Instead, he was blocked by the scorpion's huge pincers. Then, the scorpion swung its tail and stabbed at him. What a weird secret technique. Feng Zhan hurriedly retreated with a gloomy face. According to his estimation, the strength of the huge scorpion formed this time was probably at the early stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. Its defense was also ridiculously strong. In the dark, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that the tomb of the god of sin in his soul judgment might be somewhat similar to this scorpion. Humph, your Scorpion Men tribe has indeed mastered this secret technique. I really don't know how many beasts' souls you have extracted. Mu Tu suddenly snorted coldly. What secret technique? Feng Zhan asked doubtfully. The Scorpion Men tribe can transfer the souls of living creatures to dead objects and create this special technique. But it doesn't matter. No matter how strong the dead objects they can control are, they can't be stronger than their cultivation. Moreover, to condense stronger dead objects, they have to display stronger soul power. Her strength is good, but her soul power should only be at the level of the first Grotto Heaven realm. Mu Tu said indifferently, Feng Zhan, if you can't do it, let me do it. His words were sarcastic and threatening. Feng Zhan shuddered and hurriedly said, Don't worry, Grand Tutor. As long as I know the principle of this thing, I will definitely take it down. Then hurry up. Timur Mu Tu seemed to be a little impatient. If you can't finish the battle in 10 moves, I will do it myself. In fact, he didn't want to make a move here, because once he did, Scorpion King would be able to sense his aura. That was why he agreed to let Feng Zhan attack Scorpion Li. However, he was a little dissatisfied with Feng Zhan's performance. Feng Zhan regrouped and thrust out his spear again, fighting with Scorpion Li, although Mu Tu didn't seem to care about this battle and wasn't very satisfied. Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, was very shocked. The battle between Grotto Heaven realm experts was simply terrifying. Just the energy that leaked out was enough to make him feel extremely uncomfortable. If not for the fact that he had chosen a relatively secluded place, it was basically impossible for the energy to attack him. Otherwise, once he was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This was no joke. Chapter 1071. My strength is still far from enough. Ling Xiao could not help swallowing his saliva. He did not think much of it, but when he saw a Grotto Heaven realm expert fighting with all his strength, he was really frightened. Boom! After several moves, yellow sand splashed up dozens of meters high. Then, Feng Zhan and Xieli separated again. Feng Zhan's armor was slightly damaged, but Xieli's situation was worse. Xieli had many injuries on her body. She was not as strong as Feng Zhan. After all, Feng Zhan's cultivation was higher than Xieli's. In addition, he was a warrior who had been honed on the battlefield. His combat strength was definitely stronger than other warriors of the same cultivation. "I'll take my leave first." Xie Li, who had retreated, did not want to continue fighting with Feng Zhan because she would be defeated sooner or later. With a leap, she dashed forward. "Do you think you can escape?" Feng Zhan sneered and threw out the long spear in his hand. The long spear turned into a long snake in the air and bit down at Xie Li, Scorpion Man's secret skill, shell shedding. At this critical moment, Xie Li suddenly twisted her body and disappeared into the yellow sand. Feng Zhan's long spear only pierced the empty shell left by Xie Li. "Bastard!" Feng Zhan was vexed when he saw this. Although he was much stronger than Xie Li, it was still very difficult for him to kill Xie Li in the desert. It was really shameful for him to let her escape after suppressing her steadily. At this moment, Ling Xiao saw Mu Tu move. In just an instant, Mu Tu stretched out his hand. A huge hand that covered the sky slapped towards the yellow sand, and then grabbed it. Xie Li tried her best to escape from Feng Zhan's attack, but she still had no chance against Mu Tuesday. This scene frightened Ling Xiao so much that he didn't even dare to move. Timur Mutu was truly a Yin-Yang realm expert. Xie Li couldn't even fight back against him. A mere little scorpion wants to escape from this old man's means. Ridiculous. "Feng Zhan, let's go." Scorpion Li is just a nobody. This time, we have to deal with the Scorpion King. The treasure is also in the Scorpion King's hands. Two beams of light shot out from Mutu's eyes, and Xie Li instantly became sluggish. Ling Xiao became more and more nervous as he watched. This old thing actually knows how to use soul force. It's really too scary. This general obeys. Feng Zhan was originally afraid that Mu Tu would blame him, but who knew that Mu Tu didn't even mention that matter? You don't have to blame yourself too much. In the toxic desert, both the Scorpion Men and Lizard Men have an innate advantage. We had no choice but to join forces with the Lizard Men to deal with the Scorpion Men. Timur Mutu said, lightly, "Those Lizard Men aren't as easy to deal with as the Scorpion Men. Moreover, they are all greedy and greedy." Feng Zhan frowned. What's there to be afraid of? After a dogfight, how much combat power will they have left? When the time comes, we'll just have to take advantage of the situation. We'll wipe out the Scorpion Men and Lizard Men tribes and find the little prince. Her Majesty won't have anything to say about that. Timur Mutu revealed a ferocious smile. This old dog is really ruthless. He's completely driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Ling Xiao heard it clearly and felt sad for the Scorpion Men and Lizard Men tribes. When Mu Tu and Feng Zhan were far away, Ling Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. He was now considering whether to leave or choose to ruin Mu Tu's plan. According to Mu Tu's words, the Scorpion Men tribe should have a treasure that could help him find Tomohiko Kuma. If this was true, then it would be difficult for him to escape from Mu Tu's pursuit. Therefore, he must not let Mu Tu get that treasure. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ling Xiao decided that he might as well be the oriole this time. In order to ruin Mu Tu's plan, of course, it was also to protect himself. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the northern desert city alive. After swallowing a spirit reversal pill and a rejuvenation pill, Ling Xiao chose to use Shadow Step and Shadow Armor for double protection. He was not Timur Mutu and did not have such powerful strength. Therefore, he could only be more secretive and try his best to avoid being tracked by those guys. About 15 minutes later, the Scorpion Men tribe's stronghold appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This stronghold was not quite the same as a city. It was more simple, but it was built against the mountain and had a special natural barrier. If one wanted to enter the stronghold, they had to pass through the natural barrier. Once you were discovered, you would become a target, countless arrows would be shot at you. However, Ling Xiao was very lucky. This was because when he arrived at the stronghold, he found that it had been completely destroyed. The entire stronghold was in ruins, and the corpses of the scorpion men were scattered all over the mountains. Not to mention that Ling Xiao was now in the state of shadow step. Even if he wasn't, it would be impossible for anyone to discover him. This was because the people in charge of guarding the stronghold were all dead. A peerless powerhouse is indeed terrifying. One person can actually destroy a city. Fortunately, the northern desert city was protected by a formation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so many people. Mu Tu alone could destroy the northern desert city. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh with emotion. Being powerful was indeed the ultimate goal of a warrior. So what if there were countless soldiers? In the end, they were just a pawn for the powerhouse to play with. Cieli, weren't you very powerful back then? Weren't you high and mighty? What about now? If I say I want to get you, then I can get you. Even the Scorpion King can't stop me. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was walking forward, heard a voice with some wretched laughter. He quietly crept over. At this moment, he saw Cieli, whom he had met earlier, was tightly tied up with a rope. Moreover, her internal strength was restrained in many places on her body. Her clothes were also somewhat tattered. Apparently, they were torn by the scorpion man in front of her. Siamang, you colluded with Timur, Mu Tu, and the lizard tribe to deal with our scorpion men tribe. You traitor! The king will not forgive you. Cieli struggled and roared angrily. TSK, TSK, it's useless for you to say that. Now that you're my captive, I can play with you however I want. The angrier you are, the happier I am. Ha ha ha. Siamang's eyes were filled with evil intent. He smiled and pinched Cieli's chin. However, his eyes were fixed on Cieli's body. If any of you save me, I, Cieli, am willing to serve you as my master for the rest of my life. Cieli suddenly said to the lizard tribesmen who were watching the show. TSK, TSK, that's a good offer. Siamang, why don't you just give this woman to us? The lizard tribesmen were not as strong as Siamang. However, today, the lizard tribe invaded the scorpion men tribe. With Mu Tu's help and Siamang's cooperation, they had basically crippled most of the experts in the tribe. Therefore, the status of the lizard tribe naturally increased. Siamang was strong, but he did not dare to offend the lizard tribe. Chapter 1072. If you like her, I'll let you have her. Siamang was displeased, but in order to save his own life, he offered generously. Ha ha ha. Siamang, you're such a nice guy. Forget it. Have fun by yourself. We're not interested in the scorpion men's women. Moreover, this is a reward from Lord Mu Tuesday. We don't dare to take it. Let's go. Let's not disturb Siamang here. The lizard men turned around and left while chatting and laughing. Siamang suddenly felt much better. It seemed that following Mu Tu would really lead to a good outcome. I, Cieli, am willing to swear a blood oath that I'll be a slave for the rest of my life. Cieli shouted in despair and swore a blood oath with the bloodline of the scorpion men. This blood oath was a little special. It was not as simple as just saying it. Once the oath was broken, the power of the bloodline would blow the scorpion men into pieces. This was something that had been proven countless times. Ling Xiao also knew about it. Unfortunately, the lizard men seemed to be afraid of Mu Tu and remained indifferent to Xie Li's words. Watching the lizard men leave, Ling Xiao could not help but be tempted. Although Cieli was not a good woman, it was disgusting to be defiled by another guy who was even worse. Moreover, the blood oath of the scorpion men could be taken seriously once it was made. If he saved Cieli, he would immediately gain a strong general. This was a rare good thing. Siamang was much weaker than Cieli. He was only a celestial realm warrior at the peak of the 8 Desolation Heaven. Although he was much stronger than ordinary Scorpionman warriors, he was still far from Xie. If Mutu had not restrained Xie inner strength, Xiemeng would not have dared to touch Xie. Ling Xiao no longer cared about this kind of strength. Since he could do Xiemeng a favor, he could also get a strong helper. This was a good deal, so Ling Xiao was naturally happy to do it. However, when he was about to take action, he suddenly heard a voice. Xiemeng, you're really shameless. You betrayed the Scorpionmen tribe, and even wanted to humiliate Commander Xie. As the voice rang out, a person walked out from behind a huge rock. This person was clad in silver-gray armor and looked handsome and valiant, just like a young general. Furthermore, since he dared to walk out in front of Blind Scorpion, he was most likely stronger than Blind Scorpion. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Blind Scorpion asked coldly. You don't have to care about who I am. If you want to live, then get the hell out of here. Otherwise, you'll definitely die when I draw my sword. The young man said indifferently, appearing very calm and indifferent. You're courting death. Why would Xiemeng care about such a young man? There was actually someone who dared to ruin his plans. He couldn't let him off. A tail that was several meters long suddenly shot out, stabbing towards the young man. The ignorant are fearless. Suddenly, the sword was unsheathed, and the whole world seemed to turn black, except for Ling Xiao, Xie Li, and Xiemeng lost their vision in an instant. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that this young man actually knew how to use the shadow power. Although it was far from the shadow ultimacy, it wasn't weak either. What was even more bizarre was that this young man could actually merge with his shadow. When the two merged, the shadow was him, and he was the shadow. In this way, Ling Xiao's void shadow crocodile couldn't do anything to him. All the attacks that were aimed at the shadow or the real body might be avoided by this young man. Interesting. Black inscriptions began to flicker in Ling Xiao's eyes. Even if this master might be an enemy or a stranger, as long as it was useful to him, Ling Xiao would learn it. Since ancient times, there had been a saying called unity of heaven, and man-heaven represented all things in the world, other than the human king. It seemed that no one could truly achieve unity of heaven and man. However, there were many experts who could achieve unity of heaven and man with certain objects. For example, the most common unity of heaven and man with sword. This was the unity of heaven and man, which was also included in the unity of heaven and man. Ling Xiao had always been trying to achieve unity of heaven and man with sword, but perhaps because he was improving too quickly, it was very difficult to achieve this. Today, when he saw this young man achieve unity of heaven and man with shadow, he was suddenly enlightened. Since there was no suitable sword for unity of heaven and man with sword, then unity of heaven and man with shadow might be possible. The young man who was attacking didn't realize that someone would steal his martial arts at this time. He stabbed out with his sword and crippled Scorpion Blind's tail. However, he didn't kill Scorpion Blind. I'll spare your life because we're all working for Master Mutu. Why aren't you scramming? The young man sheathed his sword and looked coldly at Scorpion Blind. Shadow Sword, Situmo, you're from the Black Crow Empire. Why are you helping this woman? Scorpion Blind didn't leave. Instead, he asked coldly, Haha, didn't you hear that she's going to be a slave for the rest of her life to the person who saved her? I like such a good maid very much. Situmo smiled faintly. I'm afraid you're not so lucky. Scorpion Blind suddenly roared. His body had completely turned into a huge poisonous scorpion, and the tail that should have been cut off grew back. I was going to spare your life, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Well, your mission has been completed anyway. As long as Master Mutu defeats the Scorpion King, you'll still die. Why don't I kill you on behalf of Master Mutu first. After saying that, Situ Mo drew his sword again. This time, he didn't show mercy and directly cut off Scorpion Blind's head. Humph! Death is not to be regretted. Without even looking at Scorpion Blind's body, Situ Mo said to Scorpion Lee, "You just stay here obediently. My men will protect you. When things are over here, you'll come back to the Black Crow Empire with me." After saying that, he leaped and left. Only a martial artist from the Black Crow Empire was left behind. This martial artist wasn't weak and was about the same as Scorpion Blind. However, this person died very quickly. Scorpion Blind, who should have been dead, crawled out of the rubble and killed the martial artist from behind. "Stupid Situ Mo, you're stronger than me, but unfortunately, you're too stupid. Do you think I, Scorpion Blind, can be killed so easily? You're not dead." Scorpion, Lee was also a little surprised. "You've actually mastered the shell-shedding technique." "What's so strange about that?" "I'm not as strong as others, so I naturally have to master the secret technique of escaping. I'm not good at other things, but the shell-shedding technique is better than yours." Scorpion Blind laughed. "Situ Mo wants to save you, but it's a waste of time." "I don't expect him to save me. Situ Mo is the same as you, jackals of the same tribe. Falling into his hands is no different from falling into your hands." Scorpion Lee suddenly laughed. "Then who else can you count on? Is there someone else here?" Scorpion Blind laughed. "Little brother, do you really want to see me being defiled by this villain? I did offend you, but now I'm going to become your slave. Are you not willing to help? Who are you talking to?" Scorpion Blind's forehead was covered in cold sweat because he didn't sense anyone's aura. Chapter 10:73. Large beads of sweat appeared on Xie Ming's forehead. It was a cold sweat of fear. He didn't find anyone nearby. Could it be that Xie was bluffing? Yes, it must be. Thinking of this, he looked coldly at Xie and said, "Bitch, how dare you scare me? I'll teach you a lesson." Xie Ming pounced on Xie with an angry smile on his face. However, at that moment, Scorpion Blind suddenly sensed extreme danger and instinctively dodged to the side. Unfortunately, it was useless. His cultivation was not much higher than Ling Zhao's, so it was impossible for him to avoid the shadow cone. No, impossible. At the last moment of his life, Xie Ming used all his strength to turn his head and look behind him. What he saw was a human figure, a figure younger than Shadow Swordsman Situ Mo. This person walked over with a chuckle. He desperately wanted to take revenge, but unfortunately, his consciousness was blurred. "How is it, Sister Xie? Did I do well?" Ling Xiao looked at Xie, who was tied up, and said with a smile. When she was not in the scorpion state, Xie was really charming. She was more coquettish and ruthless than Yunya. "You little monster, hurry up and untie me." Xie said angrily, "That's not right, Sister Xie. How could you forget your blood oath so quickly? Since I saved you today, you are my servant. Why do you still call yourself sister?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "I didn't expect you to care about this." Well, young master, can you untie me?" Xie said with a wry smile. "That's more like it." Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. Several streaks of sword qi broke through the air and cut the rope easily. Although he couldn't become one with the sword, it was easy for him to replace the sword with his hand. The moment Xie was untied, a tail quickly wrapped around Ling Xiao, and then a blue poisonous sting hung above Ling Xiao's head, with venom rolling on it. "Haha, little brother, you didn't expect it, did you? You finally fell into my hands." Xie said gloomily, "Sister, how can you bite the hand that feeds you? I saved you, yet you want to kill me. Aren't you afraid of the blood oath?" Ling Xiao pretended to be scared and asked, "Humph, you're jackals of the same lair as those fellows. Don't think that I don't know that you're also here to help Mu too, and the lizard men deal with us scorpions, right? Cieli snorted and said, That's right. If I attack you, the blood oath will make me explode. However, I can guarantee that I will kill you before I die. My good elder sister, this is a big misunderstanding. Our divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire are sworn enemies. Previously, I heard them talking about going to your scorpion tribe to steal some treasure, so I simply came over to take a look. If I can spoil their good business, that would naturally be for the best. How can you say that I am jackals of the same lair as them? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Really? Cieli asked skeptically. Of course it's true. Ling Xiao nodded. Don't tell me you're spouting nonsense because you're afraid of death? Cieli asked coldly. Afraid of death? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and said, Elder sister Cieli, aren't you overestimating yourself? With your internal strength restrained, your current strength is at most around the 7-star level. Do you really think that you can deal with me, with this strength? After saying that, Ling Xiao's body turned into light spots, flew out, and condensed a few meters away. How is this possible? What's going on? Even Cieli was shocked by Ling Xiao's move, which was simply much more powerful than the shell-shedding technique of the scorpions. Have you heard of human photosynthesis? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Previously, when he saw the moves of Shadow Swordsman Situ Mo, he suddenly had a thought and figured out the trick of human photosynthesis and human shadow unity. Thus, he comprehended the ultimate move of the 5th step of the profound meaning of light and shadow. What he just displayed was the 5th step of the profound meaning of light, the body of light. The mystery of the body of light was that it could turn one's body into countless light spots to dodge the enemy's attacks or turn into light balls and light rays to attack the enemy. In short, as long as it was something light could do, the body of light could do it. However, its speed could not reach the real speed of light. After all, the human body's endurance was limited. To reach the real speed of light, Ling Xiao had to continue to improve his cultivation. Otherwise, he would not be able to do it at his current level. However, for Ling Xiao, the fact that the body of light could dodge attacks was very helpful. Unless the opponent's fighting intent could suppress him and make it impossible for him to dodge the attack when he transformed into light, he would definitely have an absolute advantage in the battle. Of course, Ling Xiao would not explain such detailed information to Cieli. It seems that you haven't heard of it, but it doesn't matter. In short, it's impossible for you to kill me. I don't need to lie to you. Looking at the dumbfounded look on Cieli's face, Ling Xiao felt very satisfied. Cieli's true strength was much stronger than his, but she was also intimidated by his move. How could she not be pleased? All right, I believe you and am willing to keep my promise. However, my clansmen are in trouble, and I have other things to do now. You can wait here. If I can come back alive, I'll definitely keep my promise. Cieli said with a sigh. There's no hurry. Let me help you lift the imprisonment first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Don't joke around. My internal force was personally imprisoned by Timur Mutu. How can you possibly lift it? Cieli shook her head with a bitter smile. I know you have good intentions, but there's really no need. How would I know if it's useless if I haven't tried? Timur Muta's so-called imprisonment is actually just a confinement array set up on your body. It's a piece of cake for me. Ling Xiao smiled. He did not want Cieli to die. If Cieli died, wouldn't he have saved her in vain? All right, you can give it a try then. Cieli did not have any hope. She just felt that as her master, Ling Xiao could not disobey his words. However, who would have thought that the strange inscriptions on her body would gradually fade away after Ling Xiao poked her body a few times? Little darling, I love you so much. Cieli suddenly hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him. This was a pleasant surprise. She could clearly feel that her strength had returned. Unlike the feeling of being half dead before, she had now regained the cultivation of the 10th wonderland. Although she could not deal with Timur Mutu with this strength, she could at least save a few scorpion men. "Oh my God, sister, you are too enthusiastic. Fortunately, you kiss my face. Otherwise, my first kiss would have been gone." Ling Xiao could not help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, he could not escape from Cieli, who had regained her cultivation, unless he asked the butterfly girl for help. Although she did not attack him this time, but kissed him, it was still depressing. Chapter 1074. Good little brother. Big sister wants to apologize for what happened before. Unfortunately, I might not have the chance to serve you in the future. That Timur Mutu is very cruel, and our king was ambushed by a scoundrel. We're no match for Mutu. I'm afraid Big Sister will die in this battle. Go, quickly leave this place and return to your divine phoenix empire. Cieli gently stroked Ling Xiao's hair as she spoke. Why? Are you trying to cheat? If I leave, what if you don't want to look for me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. If Big Sister doesn't die, I'll definitely look for you. Definitely. After Cieli finished speaking, she leaped away. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes as he watched the beautiful figure disappear. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Why did you suddenly become so gentle and amiable? Sigh, if I watch you die, can I still be considered a man?" Shaking his head inwardly, Ling Xiao also leaped up and followed. Whether it was to save Cieli or to destroy Timur Muta's plan, he had to continue moving forward. On top of a mountain that was covered in black rocks, there was a palace that was embedded in the mountain. This palace blended with the mountain, and it was mysterious, majestic, and domineering. This was the palace of the Scorpion Men tribe, where the Scorpion King lived. However, at this moment, the palace was experiencing a catastrophe. Although the Scorpion Men tribe was putting up a final resistance, they were surrounded by the Lizard Men and the experts of the Black Crow Empire. The Scorpion King and Timur Mutu were not present. Only earth-shattering noises could be heard from time to time. The two were probably fighting over there. The battle between Yin-Yang realm warriors was too shocking and destructive, so under normal circumstances, it would not be carried out in a crowded place. This was good for both sides. Don't put up a pointless resistance. Hand over your blood mirror, and you might be able to live. The lizard men were led by Feng Zhan, and their leader, Li Bi. The one who spoke was Feng Zhan. Although it wasn't impossible to snatch the blood mirror after killing all of the Scorpion Men, it would be too much of a loss, and more importantly, it would take up too much time. Most of the Scorpion Men were already injured. Apart from Cieli, the 3 commanders and the 12 vice commanders were all severely injured and unable to fight. But once these guys fought with their lives on the line, they were also very terrifying. Feng Zhan stopped dreaming. How can we hand over the treasure of the Scorpion people to you guys? A figure appeared on the battlefield, tearing a gap in the encirclement and killing dozens of lizard men. Cieli, weren't you imprisoned? Feng Zhan looked at Cieli in astonishment. Cieli had been able to kill dozens of lizard men at the celestial realm with a single attack just now, so the shackles had definitely been lifted. Hee, I'm sorry, General Feng Zhan. It was me who freed Sister Cieli. A faint laugh rang out. Ling Xiao had also appeared in the midst of the Scorpion Man army. Although his military uniform was a little damaged, he still looked so valiant and brave. His delicate and handsome face reflected a sense of heroism. Seeing this person, Feng Zhan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Cieli smiled wryly. Why did he still follow her? The human boy who saved her and made her owe him a big favor actually followed her to this unknown battlefield. Hee, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the trash who was hiding in the dark just now? What? I killed Siamang, and you want to take the credit for it? Shadow Swordsman Situ Mo looked at Ling Xiao with a disdainful smile. You killed Siamang? Ling Xiao sneered. Situ Mo, you're too careless. Siamang didn't die at all. He just used the shell-shedding skill. You're a martial artist at the ninth heaven, but you can't even see that. It seems that Scorpion God doesn't want me to owe a despicable person like you a favor. Speaking of which, you're really not as powerful as my little brother. Cieli said lightly. What? Situ Mo looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He was not as powerful as this humble human being? Good brother, why do you have to do this? You don't have to get involved in the affairs of the Scorpion people. Cieli looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. She was actually very touched in her heart because she never dreamed that the man she had offended would help her like this. Sister Cieli, you're treating me as an outsider. I can only say that we're all in the same boat. I led the troops to defeat the Black Crow army, but in return, I was betrayed and plotted against. Your Scorpion people tribe should be the same. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, What's more, that old dog Mutu almost killed me. His good deed is bad for me. How can I not help you? Although Luo Yunyang's words sounded a little frivolous, Cieli was deeply moved when he heard them. Why did the Scorpion people hate other races? In fact, there were historical reasons. When the Sacred Dynasty ruled the entire mystic world, the Scorpion people actually lived a very free life. However, the decline of the Sacred Dynasty caused the mystic world to begin to split, and the 13 continents began to govern themselves. The miserable fate of the Scorpion people began from that time. The Scorpion people were different from scorpions. After they were born, they would not eat their own mother and father at all. However, many races in the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire spread rumors, turning this non-existent thing into the truth. Then, they secretly transported a large number of Scorpion people to be killed. Why were they killed? That was because the blood of the Scorpion people could be used to refine miraculous pills that could cure hundreds of poisons. It was because of this that the Scorpion people were so reclusive and unwilling to communicate with other races. As long as other races approached here, they would be vigilant and afraid. From Ling Xiao's body, they saw the shadow of a person. Although they had never seen that person before and had only seen it in history books, they even doubted whether it was true. That's right, that was the human king. In the ancient times, the Scorpion people were ruled by the lizard people and were very miserable. It was the human king who saved them. And today, another human had appeared. Although his cultivation couldn't be compared to the human king, his aura and courage didn't lose to the human king at all. The Scorpion people were very moved. However, the lizard people were very angry. Today was supposed to be a great day for them to eliminate the Scorpion people and unify the poisonous desert, reproducing the glory of their ancestors. But now, such a guy actually appeared and was clamoring to help the Scorpion people, treating them as if they were nothing. Bastard, I don't care who you are. This is a war between us lizard people and Scorpion people. A human like you better not meddle in other people's business. The lizard people leader roared angrily. You're the lizard people leader, Libi? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, I'm Libi. What about it? Since it's you, then I'll kindly advise you. Timur Mutu isn't a good person. I heard his conversation with Feng Zhan before. He said that after using you, he would destroy you. Don't tell me you're still going to be stubborn? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Chapter 10, 75. Ling Xiao didn't expect the lizard man leader to listen to him. However, there were some things that needed to be said. Libi, are you going to listen to him or me? This kid is cunning. He's clearly trying to drive a wedge between us. If we fight, the Scorpion men will be saved. Feng Zhan said coldly. At the same time, his right hand moved. If Libby didn't listen to him, he would naturally kill Libby first. Kid, no matter what you say, it's useless. Today, I'm going to destroy the Scorpion Men tribe. If you want to die, you can continue to stand there. Libby didn't disappoint Feng Zhan. This was an idiot. He only had brute force and courage, but he didn't have a brain at all. Such a guy was too easy to control. Feng Zhan was a little reluctant to kill him. If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. I don't need to waste my breath. However, today, Ling Xiao, will protect the Scorpion Men tribe. If you want to touch them, you have to go through me first. Ling Xiao simply blocked Xie Li behind him. He handed Xie Li some rejuvenation pills and heaven-returning pills and said, "Heal them first. Sister, I'm afraid you're also injured. Leave this group of good-for-nothings to me." Ha ha ha, this kid is really crazy. Even if you have a breakthrough, you're just a 7-star early-stage martial artist. Do you really think you're something? Feng Zhan couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I'm just a 7-star early-stage martial artist. However, General Feng Zhan, you seem to have forgotten that your Grand Preceptor Timur Mudu was scared away by me. Your little duke was captured alive by me in front of you. I'm very weak, but you can come and try. Let's see who will die here first today. Ling Xiao's expression was indifferent. He didn't seem to be afraid at all. This made Feng Zhan a little wary. After all, Ling Xiao was telling the truth. This kid wasn't strong, but he was cunning. If he wasn't careful, he might be killed. Since you're so confident, then I'll kill you first. Let's see how sharp your mouth can be. Just when Feng Zhan was hesitating, Situ Mo spoke up. Xie Li actually said that he was inferior to this kid. His heart was filled with anger. Now, this kid's identity was clear. He was the one who scared away Grand Preceptor Mutu and captured little Duke Tomohiko Kuma alive. If he killed this kid, wouldn't be a great merit? He was a genius, but he wasn't born to a good family. So, he needed an opportunity, and this opportunity had already appeared. My mouth is sharp, but the sword in my hand is sharper, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, very good. Since you want to die so much, I will fulfill your wish. But remember when you die, my name is Shadow Swordsman, Situ Mo. Situ Mo walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. Although the sword in his hand had not been unsheathed, the murderous aura was already very strong, too. Ling Xiao looked at Situ Mo and slowly pulled out the golden crow sword. Ling Xiao was a warrior and a swordsman. In the past, his understanding of the sword was very shallow. He used the sword as a sharp weapon to defeat the enemy and make the best use of the weapon. However, since there were many new memories in his mind, he suddenly understood. He was not a qualified swordsman. Strictly speaking, he was just a swordsman. A swordsman had his own realm, but this realm required not only constant practice in battles, but also comprehension. There were 5 realms for a swordsman. Ling Xiao was in the first realm, which was the sharp sword level. With a sharp sword in hand, he was invincible. The sharp sword level was to make use of the sharpness of the sword to make the best use of the moves. At the same time, the speed, inner force, and consciousness would be improved. There were 3 levels in the sharp sword level. The top level was unintentional sword. The so-called unintentional sword level meant that the moves were very easy and skillful. There was no need to think at all. The moves and the sword were combined to the extreme. Ling Xiao was in this realm now. Therefore, he needed the help of a sharp weapon like the Golden Crow sword to make the best use of his combat power. After the sharp sword level was the soft sword level. The soft sword level was to make use of the moves to the extreme. The user's consciousness was higher, his speed was faster than the sharp sword level, and his inner force was higher than the sharp sword level. Every move was to attack, and the style was to change. Using change and speed to win, the user's body and attack speed was like a ghost, like smoke. The characteristic of the soft sword was that it was easy to change, flexible, and hard to control. Because the soft sword was hard to control, its moves were very sharp. This level was also divided into 3 levels. The top level was Impermanence Soft Sword. Impermanence, simply put, it was a fight without any moves. If one side was fast enough to make the other side unable to block, then it was impermanence. Therefore, fast was a kind of impermanence. If both sides were moving at the same speed, it would not cause the other side to lose. As long as one side's moves were more strange, refined, and unpredictable, it would have a clear advantage in a fight of the same level. The biggest characteristic of the soft sword was its versatility. Through the flow of force and internal strength, the form of the soft sword could be changed according to the user's will. It was as if it had become a source that could always be turned into a new move. It was unpredictable, mysterious, and bizarre. If one could reach the peak of this level, then in martial arts, one would be able to surpass moves without any moves. In terms of the thousands of changes in swordsmanship, in terms of the subtle changes in martial arts, one would have reached the limit of human ability. Ling Xiao had now reached the level of unintentional sharp sword, which was the 3rd level of the sharp sword level. He was about to advance to the soft sword level. As for the other 3 levels, he still could not touch them. However, he could confirm that when a real swordsman reached the highest level, he would be one with the sword. There was no need to use a sword. Any part of the body could be used as a sword. Ling Xiao had gradually discovered and mastered this kind of progress after the battle in northern Desert City. Whether he could become a peerless swordsman in the future would depend on whether he could comprehend the top level of swordsman. It was not enough to just cultivate. Comprehension was the key. Of course, Ling Xiao's opponent, the shadow swordsman Situ Mo, was also a swordsman of the sharp sword level. However, Situ Mo's level was obviously not as good as Ling Xiao's and had not reached the level of unintentional sharp sword. Therefore, in terms of the level of swordsman, Situ Mo was not as good as Ling Xiao. Don't underestimate this seemingly small gap. In a battle, a small mistake could lead to a huge difference. Situ Mo's sword finally came out of the sheath. The surroundings instantly became dark. In the darkness, a snake-like sword stabbed towards Ling Xiao's throat. It was not gorgeous, but very dangerous. Being trampled to death by an elephant was death. Being bitten by a poisonous snake in the throat was still death. However, in the face of Situ Mo's attack, Ling Xiao just gently raised his hand. The golden crow sword in his hand instantly condensed the red sun all. There was no need to think. It was as if the sword in his hand could think by itself. It was as if all the battles were natural. Chapter 10, 76. What move should he use? What was the most appropriate move? It was completely a conditioned reflex. This was the so-called sharp sword has no intention. The dazzling brilliance dispelled the darkness, and Situ Mo's miserable scream sounded in the hall. Then people saw Situ Mo lying on the ground, on the verge of death. Everyone was shocked, as if their hearts were being squeezed by something. That kind of shock made them not know what expression to use for a while. Except for a few people, no one saw what Ling Xiao had done just now. It was too fast. It was faster than people's thoughts. I've said that the names of the dead don't need to be remembered, but since you've helped me understand something, I'll spare your life. Get out of here. Ling Xiao put away the golden crow sword and no longer looked at Situ Mo. To him, this was an opponent that he could do without. What he cared more about now were Lieb and Feng Zhan. If he didn't kill these 2 people, the Scorpion men's trouble couldn't be solved. But he didn't care, but all the Scorpion men cared very much. Among them, there were many people who had heard of the shadow swordsman. For example, Cieli. Although Cieli had said before that Situ Mo was not as good as Ling Xiao, it was just a casual remark. After all, Ling Xiao had saved her. But at this moment, she really felt that it was not that Situ Mo was not as good as Ling Xiao, but that there was no need to compare the two at all. In front of Ling Xiao, Situ Mo was just a dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy in front of Timur Mutu. He lacked the spirit and courage of a swordsman. Comparing Situ Mo with Ling Xiao was purely an insult to Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao, who was standing there, was not just a benefactor in front of Cieli, but a real man, a hero, a heroic swordsman. He was fearless and showed off his abilities. This was the great hero in her heart, the great hero. At a certain moment, the shadows of the human king and Ling Xiao seemed to overlap again, and the overlap became more and more frequent. Cieli couldn't help blushing. She really fell in love with him. He actually fell in love with a human that he would never fall in love with in his entire life. The Scorpion people's emotions were just that direct and straightforward. They just liked great heroes and great heroes. They were not as complicated and changeable as the emotions of humans. You know who I am? How dare you hurt me? Situ Mo weakly lay on the ground and said in horror, I don't care who you are. As for you, if you don't disappear from my sight immediately, I will stomp you to death like an ant. When Ling Xiao spoke, his eyes were fixed on Fengzhan and Lei Bi. He didn't take Situ Mo seriously at all. I am a member of the Righteous Alliance. General Jia sent me to assist the lizard men in exterminating the scorpion men. Situ Mo was already extremely weak, but this time his voice was exceptionally loud. Oh! Ling Xiao suddenly froze, his gaze returning to him. Haha, are you afraid now? As a member of the Divine Phoenix Empire, you actually dared to attack me. If General Jia were to find out, you're dead for sure. Situ Mo finally became proud again. Looking at Ling Xiao's shocked expression, he laughed happily. Hurry up and heal me. Perhaps I can put in a few good words for you in front of General Jia. Otherwise, when we reach the Divine Phoenix Empire, you will die. Ha ha! Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Situ Mo frowned. I'm laughing at the fact that you could have lived, but unfortunately, I hate that bullshit General Jia. Since you are his subordinate, you should go first. Don't worry, he will definitely accompany you in hell. After saying this, Ling Xiao stepped on Sitamo's head and killed him on the spot. Using a sword, he was afraid of dirtying his sword. General Jia, Righteous Alliance. This stupid Situ Mo simply didn't know how angry he was at these two words. Uffed. It was like a watermelon bursting. Everyone's heart was once again fiercely squeezed. Ling Xiao actually killed Situ Mo. Wasn't he a member of the Divine Phoenix Empire? He actually dared to kill a member of the Righteous Alliance. And what was even more inconceivable was that he actually killed him as if he was stepping on an ant. This shock caused many of the Divine Phoenix Empire's martial artists hiding among the lizard men to tremble in fear. And the most shocked ones were probably Lei Bi and Fengzhan. Originally, they hoped that Situ Mo would be able to test Ling Xiao's strength, but they didn't manage to do so. It was just one move. No, that wasn't even a move. He killed him so casually. I know that there are many Divine Phoenix Empire's martial artists here. No matter who sent you, if you stand out now and help me deal with the Lizardmen and Black Crow Empire's people, I can let bygones be bygones. Moreover, when we return, I will give you a reward. Otherwise, none of you can live. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. He naturally couldn't let the news of him killing Situ Mo spread back to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Therefore, whether it was General Jia, the Righteous Alliance, or the martial artist sent by the Emperor, Unless they were tied to him, they would all die. They actually colluded with the Black Crow Army. Just this crime of treason meant that there was no need for these martial artists to live. But no one moved. Although Situ Mo was powerful, he was still just an early-stage Ninth Heaven martial artist. Even if he was killed by Ling Xiao, he could only blame himself for not having a high enough cultivation. Weren't there still Feng Zhan and Li Bi? Li Bi was a peak Ninth Heaven martial artist, and Feng Zhan was a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert. Even 100 Ling Xiaos wouldn't be a match for them. Therefore, these martial artists didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to do anything. They even thought that Ling Xiao was simply courting death. Since that was the case, why would they follow Ling Xiao to their deaths? This daddy will definitely kill you as a sacrifice. Li Bi stared coldly at Ling Xiao as he spoke. Although Situ Mo wasn't closely related to him, he couldn't tolerate Ling Xiao killing Situ Mo in front of him. Ling Xiao didn't give him any face at all. Moreover, if Ling Xiao didn't die, those scorpion men would really think that their savior had arrived. He had to kill this guy and make those scorpion men feel despair. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Li Bi. This opponent wasn't too strong. Although he was a peak Ninth Heaven martial artist, he was still much stronger than Situ Mo. He wasn't undefeatable. As long as he could skillfully use what he had learned, it would be easy to defeat this guy. As for Feng Zhan, he would leave it to the butterfly lady. Young master, Li Bi is too strong. You are no match for him. Let me deal with him. Xieli walked up to Ling Xiao and said charmingly. At this moment, she was sincerely willing to be Ling Xiao's woman. Sister Xieli, you'd better save your energy to deal with Feng Zhan. It's just Li Bi. I'm not afraid. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Xieli wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. Ling Xiao, who was standing in front of her, was only an early-stage 7-star martial artist, but she felt a kind of majestic aura that encompassed heaven and earth. Chapter 10:77. Oneness of Heaven and Man. No, this was not oneness of heaven and man. This was a realm higher than oneness of heaven and man, controlling heaven and earth. Heaven and earth seemed to be in his hands, as if they were integrated into his weapon. This realm was too terrifying. Countless martial artists tried their best to reach oneness of heaven and man, but failed. However, Ling Xiao actually reached this level. How was this possible? Xia Li's brain instantly fell into a state where he could not think. To be honest, even Ling Xiao himself was a little surprised. He had only used the trick of oneness of man and shadow on man and mountain river martial soul. He had only reached oneness of man and soul. However, this gave him a big surprise. Mountain river martial soul encompassed everything, controlled heaven and earth, and ruled over mountains and rivers. Was this the true essence of mountain river martial soul? Ling Xiao had an epiphany. This epiphany came at the right time. Lu Bi's throat squirmed, and he actually took a step back. He was furious. His opponent's cultivation was clearly much lower than his, but he was actually afraid of his opponent's sword intent. All of you, attack! Kill him! Kill him! Lu Bi roared angrily. Yes, under Lu Bi's order, the martial artists of the Lizardmen, Black Crow Empire, and Divine Phoenix Empire all pounced on Ling Xiao. He did not know how many there were, but there should be 100 or 200. Moreover, these martial artists were all in the celestial realm, and the strongest had even reached the peak of 8 desolate heaven. Ling Xiao had almost been killed by the leader of the guards in the later stage of 8 desolate heaven. However, today, facing the siege of so many martial artists, he still had a calm smile on his face. He did not move. He just stood there and gently stroked the storage ring with his right hand. The golden crow sword appeared in his hand again, At that moment, a terrifying sword intent filled the entire hall. It was as if there were countless sharp swords roaring in the air. The blood-red sword intent caused many martial artists to fall from the sky directly to the ground and vomit blood. Even more martial artists found that their vision seemed to be blocked by a wall. This was not an ordinary wall, but a wall formed by a peerless giant sword. Anyone who bumped into it would be smashed into pieces. The sword intent was invisible, but it could kill. Cieli couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had never thought that his sweetheart would be so terrifying. Could this be a real swordsman? The people she had seen before who used swords were merely martial artists who used swords. Other people's swords were just weapons, tools, lifeless things, no different from other weapons. Ling Zhao's sword, on the other hand, was alive. It was filled with a sharp killing intent. It was a real sword that could kill and destroy everything. Labor had once again regressed. Once again, he was intimidated by the terrifying sword intent. Golden Crow, Rising Sun. It was the same move, but the difference in power was like heaven and earth. He thrust out his sword, and golden light shot out in all directions. The entire space seemed to be filled with blazing heat. Many of the enemy's bodies actually exploded and burned. In that instant, everyone had a misconception. It was as if the space here was controlled by Ling Xiao. The people facing Ling Xiao actually felt sharp sword chi coming from all directions. They didn't know where to face or where to attack. They were flustered and completely lost control of their target, controlling heaven and earth. This was not a martial arts realm, but a special state. Countless martial artists spent their entire lives pursuing heaven and man unity. No one dared to dream of controlling heaven and earth at all. They felt that it was a dream, a delusion. Moreover, even heaven and man unity was also a supreme realm that only a few people could reach. Without comprehension ability and special opportunities, most martial artists couldn't reach this state in their entire lives. This had nothing to do with martial arts realm. Controlling heaven and earth, controlling everything. Even everything in heaven and earth had to listen to your orders. This kind of thing could only be done by gods. Who dared to think about it? However, Ling Xiao actually did it. Although he could only achieve temporary control due to the limitation of his cultivation, this moment was enough to change everything. The golden crow let out a loud cry. The sharp golden light pierced the throats and hearts of the martial artists, one after another. The fire began to burn as if purgatory appeared. More than 100 people were all killed. No one was spared. Just one sword. Ling Xiao displayed to everyone present the true terror of a swordsman. The remaining martial artists no longer dared to provoke Ling Xiao. They all cast their gazes toward Lu Bi and Feng Zhan. In their eyes, only these two people could truly defeat Ling Xiao and kill Ling Xiao. Fine lad, didn't expect that you actually have such a powerful martial technique. No wonder you're so arrogant. Today, your father is going to kill you, then seize your martial technique. See how you can show off in the future. Lu Bi was not as smart as Cieli. He did not perceive that Ling Xiao entered a kind of inexplicable special realm just now. He even thought that Ling Xiao grasped some powerful martial technique. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage 7 stars, heaven. For him to be so powerful, wasn't it because of the martial technique? Lu Bi's brain was only so simple. He could not think of too many things. Ling Xiao indeed used a martial technique. What he used was the Golden Crow Rising Sunday. However, the power was so great that it had nothing to do with the martial technique. If he used other martial techniques, he could also display such a powerful attack. It was a pity that Lu Bi did not understand this. Seeing that you're so stupid, I still don't want you to die in a daze. quickly take your people and retreat. There's no need to send yourself to death for the Black Crow Empire." Ling Xiao said, faintly. Stupid? Perhaps Ling Xiao really meant well, but such words were so harsh and uncomfortable to Lu Bi, a lowly human, a race that had become slaves. A mere 7 stars heaven martial artist actually dared to call him stupid in front of so many people. How could he tolerate this? Bastard, I'm a peak 9th heaven expert. You're not even a fart in front of me. How dare you call me stupid? Lu Bi was furious, extremely furious. However, in his heart, he was actually afraid of Ling Xiao. Just now, Ling Xiao's sword was too dazzling. It made him, a peak 9th heaven martial artist, feel fear. He did not want to die yet. The lizard men had always been inferior to the scorpion men. They lived under the protection of the scorpion men. When they encountered a threat, they could only ask the scorpion men for help. This was because they were too weak. He, the patriarch, the king, was only at the peak 9th heaven. He believed that this was because the scorpion men had stolen their cultivation resources and martial arts manuals. Therefore, he wanted to join forces with the experts of the Black Crow Empire to destroy the scorpion men. They were not strong, but they had the advantage of numbers. If they added the help of Timur, Mutu, and Fengzhan, it was very possible to destroy the scorpion men. Now that success was at hand. He really did not want to die. Once he died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, even if he felt that he could kill Ling Xiao, he was still afraid and did not want to make a move. Chapter 1078. What? Not happy? Then you can try. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Lu Bi with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. In terms of momentum, he had already won. This was especially important for the result of a battle. Humph, don't worry, I won't kill you. Killing you would be letting you off too easily. I'll raise you in my myriad beast cave and let you be ravaged and tortured all day long. I'd like to see if you'll still be able to boast so shamelessly at that time. Lu Bi was very emotional, but he still did not make a move. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. His face was full of a bright smile, as if he had heard something funny. Lu Bi, if you are afraid, then you are afraid. Why use such words to cover yourself? There's nothing shameful about being afraid of a martial artist who is stronger than you. Ling Xiao said with a smile, just like how I am afraid of Sister Scorpion. Li, don't tell me you don't even dare to admit this. What a joke. You think I am afraid of you? I am the dignified Lizardman King, a peak 9th heavenly layer martial artist. Do you think you are? You are just a 7 stars heaven early stage junior. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Lu Bi said disdainfully. Still not admitting it, Ling Xiao said indifferently, I stopped your plan to exterminate the scorpion men and killed so many lizard men. You should hate me to the bone, right? Just like you said, you can't wait to grind my bones to dust. However, you always say it, but you don't do it. Instead, it was Situ Mo who took action for you. Unfortunately, that trash has already been killed by me. You are afraid of following in his footsteps, so you don't dare to make a move. Am I wrong? Nonsense. Lu Bi roared furiously, but the fear in his eyes was even more intense. Everything he was thinking in his heart was seen through by Ling Xiao. He was indeed afraid. From the moment Ling Xiao killed Situ Mo, he was already afraid. Later, when Ling Xiao killed hundreds of martial artists with one sword, he was even more frightened. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he hoped that Fengzhan would help him kill Ling Xiao. However, Fengzhan didn't dare to move. Fengzhan was also afraid of Ling Xiao's cunning, not to mention that Ling Xiao was accompanied by Xie Li, who was difficult to deal with. Don't tell me you're really scared. Fengzhan turned his head to look at Lu Bi and asked He's just an early-stage 7-star heaven martial artist. Don't tell me you're even afraid of this kind of trash." Feng Zhan was very dissatisfied. Rain's performance was too disappointing. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy still had a use for him, he would have killed him with his own hands. "Lord Feng Zhan, don't believe his words. He's provoking us," Lebet said hastily. "All right, since you're not afraid, then go and kill him. I don't want to see this brat act so arrogantly in front of me. Don't forget, he might know the whereabouts of the little duke. If we kill him, Grand Tutor Mudu will be able to obtain information from his soul." Feng Zhan said coldly. "All right, I'll go kill him now." Lubi had no way out. He could clearly feel Feng Zhan's killing intent. If he didn't dare to deal with Ling Xiao, then he would have to face Feng Zhan's butcher's knife. Therefore, he could only face Ling Xiao at this time. Boom! In the hall, an evil aura began to spread. Libi had actually transformed into his lizard form before Ling Xiao even made a move. He wasn't a lizard man, but a lizard. A huge lizard with the bloodline of an immemorial dragon. His body became incomparably huge. He was 10 meters long and 3 to 4 meters tall. His bloody mouth and sharp claws made him look extremely ferocious. "You're really scared." Ling Xiao smiled and shook the golden crow sword in his hand. His aura burst out again. Lu Bi was afraid of him, so he chose to enter his strongest form at the first moment. Although it was ridiculous, it was also a self-confession. However, Lu Bi in his giant lizard form was really powerful. He could even unleash the power of a 10 directions heaven martial artist. Roar! Libi let out a loud roar. After entering his lizard form, he had already forgotten about his fear. He opened his mouth wide, and a ball of fire shot out from his mouth, aiming at Ling Xiao. Crimson Sun all. Ling Xiao stabbed out with the golden crow sword, which turned into a huge awl. Boom! The flames collided with the Crimson Sun all. The ground was instantly scorched and sunk, creating a deep black hole. The blazing waves of fire continued to roll and spread to the surroundings. Everyone could feel the temperature, which was high enough to melt their skin. Rumble! The flames continued to grow stronger. The surface of Lu Bi's body turned crimson red, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Ling Xiao felt a huge pressure. It didn't feel like a lizard was standing in front of him. Instead, it felt like a volcano was erupting. His body was knocked back continuously. 2 grooves were carved into the ground. What a guy! As expected of a race with the bloodline of the immemorial dragon. Although this flame isn't a sacred flame, it's terrifyingly powerful. Ling Xiao was secretly shocked. This Lu Bi was really not easy to deal with. It would be difficult to win with ordinary methods. However, this guy was an idiot. Since that was the case, he should be able to win easily with a special attack. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand trembled. However, it wasn't fear. It was excitement. As soon as Ling Xiao's thought flashed, the sword already knew his intention. Void Shadow Crocodile. A sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's left hand. It was the purple flash sword that he hadn't used for a long time. A huge shadow crocodile was born in the shadow. It followed the shadow of the sword and pounced on Lu Bi's shadow. Roar! Lu Bi's bloody mouth let out an even more shocking roar. He actually sensed the danger at the moment. His body released a powerful force which actually protected his shadow and body completely. The Void Shadow Crocodile's attack didn't succeed. However, Ling Xiao's face revealed a smile. Swordsman, be fearless. My sword is invincible. Light and shadow divine, all. The Void Shadow Crocodile was just a feint. Ling Xiao knew the sensitive sense of smell of wild beasts. He didn't expect the Void Shadow Crocodile to work at all. The real killing move was the light and shadow divine, all that had been condensed for a long time. At that moment, Lu Bi's body seemed to have stopped. The black and white sword light spiraled and flashed. It pierced through the raging flames and shot directly toward Lu Bi's mouth. Oh no! Lu Bi's face changed greatly, and he tried to retreat. However, to his astonishment, he seemed to be in a strange environment at this time. There were light and shadow divine, alls in all directions. He didn't know where to escape to. The only way was to fight head-on. "Boy, how dare you!" Feng Zhan's voice suddenly sounded. He probably saw the tragic result of Lu Bi's provocation, so he suddenly attacked and tried to stop Ling Xiao. "Shameless! Your opponent is me." Xie Li finally attacked and stopped Feng Zhan. Chapter 10:79. Although Xie Li and Feng Zhan did not gain any advantage in this fight, they did obstruct Feng Zhan's rescue. "Die! I told you, you should have left early." Ling Xiao had no sympathy for Li Bi. He gave this guy a chance, but not only did he not appreciate it, he even wanted to kill him. From the moment Li Bi ordered those warriors to kill him, Ling Xiao put Li Bi's name on his blacklist. Li Bi's expression became extremely twisted when he saw the invincible sword. He could not block it. He could not block it no matter what. Even in his giant lizard form, he still felt a great fear from the bottom of his heart. He was the king of the lizard men. He could have destroyed the scorpion men and unified the poisonous desert, but he was killed by a nobody. He was not willing. He was not willing. Poof, boom. The whole world became quiet. Li Bi no longer felt despair and unwillingness because he was already dead. The huge body exploded from the stomach and turned into a pile of mush. Even the corpse was not intact. His huge beast face was still filled with fear and regret. He should not have provoked Ling Xiao. He really should not have. If he had listened to Ling Xiao from the beginning and chose to leave, things might not have turned out this way. Everyone's breathing suddenly accelerated when they saw the huge body fall in the hall. Some were because of fear. Some were because of excitement. The king of the lizard men died just like that. Ling Xiao really did what he said. Where did this young man come from? How could he be so powerful? What a terrifying young man. None of the lizard men dared to take revenge. Their king was killed by him, and he died so easily. The martial artists of the Black Raven Empire trembled, and finally stopped the ridicule on their faces. The person they looked down upon had actually killed the Lizard Man King. The warriors of the Divine Phoenix Empire were terrified. Ling Xiao gave them a chance, but they did not take it seriously. They did not believe that Ling Xiao could do anything. However, Ling Xiao quickly slapped their faces. What kind of young man was he? Killing the shadow swordsman Situ Mo with one strike was like stepping on an ant. Killing hundreds of heaven-tier martial artists with a single sword strike was as easy as waving his hand. In an instant, the Lizard Man King was killed. He was as cunning as a fox, but he was as fierce as a dragon. There were no words to describe this young man. Monstrous was not enough to describe him. That was because even a monster wouldn't be able to do what he could. He was simply the demon king of the evildoers. He was only 16 years old and had yet to leave his teenage years, yet he had already done such a shocking thing. Could it be that what he said about scaring off Timur Mutu and capturing the little prince Tomohiko Kuma was true? Originally, no one took Ling Xiao's words seriously. Even the scorpion men didn't believe him. But now, they were starting to believe it. This young man was doing something they had never imagined. Every single one of them would shock the heavens and earth and make the gods weep. Xie Li looked at Ling Xiao with shock in his eyes. Ling Xiao's performance was perfect. It was a miracle. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. "Brat, you've really pissed me off." Feng Zhan was completely furious. Ling Xiao had actually killed Li Bi right in front of him. This kind of humiliation was even more infuriating than killing him himself. As a half-step yin-yang realm expert, he couldn't even stop Ling Xiao from killing Li Bi. So, what if I've pissed you off? Do you really think you're something? If I can snatch Juma Jian from your hands and kill Li Bi in front of your eyes, I can also kill you. Do you believe me? Ling Xiao winked at Xie Li and then looked at Feng Zhan and said coldly, Feng Zhan was not an opponent that he could defeat alone, but it should be no problem for him to join forces with Xie Li. Among the enemies, besides Timur Mutu, Feng Zhan was the only one. As long as Feng Zhan was killed, there was still a chance to turn the situation around. Although the key was still the battle between Scorpion King and Timur Mutu, there was still some hope. I'm going to kill you. Feng Zhan didn't look at Xie Li, but stared at Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was more threatening than Xie Li. Although Ling Xiao was not strong enough, Ling Xiao was too cunning. But this brat was too cunning. If he wasn't taken care of quickly, then he would definitely cause endless harm. Feng Zhan's body began to change. Black wings formed on his back, and he had many characteristics of a black crow. Although he hadn't completely transformed, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that Feng Zhan was going all out. Whether Xie Li stopped him or not, he was going to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, not only did his body change, but a knight's shadow holding a long spear appeared behind him. The knight was fully clad in metal armor, and the warhorse beneath him was also covered in armor. He looked very mighty and valiant. I thought he had a spear martial soul. I didn't expect him to have a rarer knight martial soul. Plus, he has the black crow bloodline. Feng Zhan is not easy to deal with. Sister, be careful. Ling Xiao frowned. In this battle, he would only be a support. Xie Li would be the main fighter. Don't worry, brother. I know what I'm doing. Xie Li also transformed. Although he was not as enchanting as before, he was more ruthless. Feng Zhan, you killed many of my brothers. Today, I'm going to take your life. Since you want me to die, I'll kill you too. Let's see who can survive to the end. Ling Xiao held two swords in his hands. One was the golden crow sword, and the other was the purple flash sword. Facing Feng Zhan, even if he was only a support, he had to go all out and not hold back. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. Die! Feng Zhan's long spear shook and stabbed toward Ling Xiao with terrifying spear shadows. Behind him, the huge knight's shadow also waved his long spear and stabbed toward Ling Xiao. This spear pierced the air, causing the air to emit a burnt smell. There were even flames twisting and burning in the air. He actually targeted Ling Xiao instead of Xie Li. Damn, you really think highly of me. Ling Xiao would not fight with this guy head-on. He used the flashing light technique to dodge the attack, and then disappeared from the battlefield with the shadow step. Xie Li blocked Feng Zhan's attack. The huge scorpion hit the valiant long spear with the sound of the pipa. Obviously, Xie Li was not as relaxed as before. Back in the desert, Feng Zhan still held back. At this moment, he unleashed all of his strength. Xie Li was forced to take more than 10 steps back and almost fell to the ground. If you don't come out, I'll kill her first. Without any hindrance, Feng Zhan's long spear condensed spear shadows and stabbed toward Xie Li again. If you want to kill her, you'd better protect yourself first. Double light and shadow divine, all. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared. Two swords and two light and shadow divine alls attacked Feng Zhan from both sides at the same time. Chapter 1080. Feng Zhan had to go all out to kill Xie Li, so his defense must be weak. Ling Xiao's attack was just right. I've been waiting for you. Feng Zhan sneered. The knight behind him left his body and stabbed at Ling Xiao with his spear. Human soul separation? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had seen this method before. However, after the separation, the strength of both parties would decrease. This should not be good for Fengzhan. No. After frowning for a moment, Ling Xiao quickly disappeared into the darkness. Fengzhan's method was not an ordinary human soul separation. This guy's martial soul had probably advanced to the wandering soul stage. For a long time, martial souls were divided into remnant soul, complete soul, out-of-body soul, wandering soul, and other stages. In the out-of-body stage, although martial souls could cooperate with martial artists, it would cause the strength of both parties to decrease, and they would not be able to cooperate. Therefore, although many martial artists' martial souls had evolved to the out-of-body stage, there were not many martial artists who really had their martial souls out of their bodies. All this would change only when martial artists advanced to the wandering soul stage. A wandering soul stage martial soul could fight alone, and within a certain range, it would not reduce the combat strength of both parties. In other words, the amplification effect still existed. The most terrible thing was that a wandering soul stage martial soul could fight alone. Even if the martial artist did not control it, it could still kill the enemy. Ling Xiao had never seen a wandering soul stage martial soul on the Tianlong continent. Most people probably could not reach it, and those who had reached it disdained to use it. After coming to the Divine Phoenix continent, many martial artists he met did not have a martial soul, so he had forgotten about it. He did not expect to meet a wandering soul stage martial soul today. This was really out of his expectations. The wandering soul stage was divided into 3 stages: night wandering, day wandering, and spirit body. At the night wandering stage, one could not see the light, which was a great disadvantage. At the day wandering stage, one was not afraid of the sunlight, but was still very afraid of the stronger blood qi and soul power. Only after turning into a spirit body could one fight like a real warrior without too many obvious disadvantages. Ling Xiao's mountain river martial spirit was only at the 7th stage of the out-of-body stage. It was still far from the wandering soul stage. These thoughts seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, they only took a moment to flash through Ling Xiao's mind. There were only 2 things he needed to grasp. Firstly, Fengzhan and his night martial soul didn't reduce their combat strength. Secondly, the martial soul was definitely weaker than the martial artist's body. That was enough. However, there was a limit to this weakness. The combat strength of a sealed knight martial soul was definitely not inferior to a martial artist in the 9th or 10th grotto heaven. Ling Xiao was still powerless in front of it. No wonder people with martial souls were so powerful. Just based on this point, it was enough to completely destroy those warriors without martial souls. In comparison, a bloodline could not do this. A bloodline could increase the strength of a martial artist's body, and this increase might not be inferior to a martial soul, but it could not be separated. Therefore, it was impossible for Xieli to help Ling Xiao. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, thinking that Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. It turns out that everything was just wishful thinking. The people of the Scorpion tribe were also in despair. Their bodies had not recovered, so they couldn't help. At this time, they could only watch Ling Xiao be killed by the martial soul. This was simply too depressing. Alas, there shouldn't have been any hope. Ling Xiao's courage is commendable, but his strength is too weak. It's simply impossible for him to defeat Fengzhan. Yes, we thought too much. Compared to the depressing Scorpion men, the Lizard men, the Black Crow Army, and the Divine Phoenix Army, who were originally worried, were excited. They hoped to see Ling Xiao killed. That way, they would be safe. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's temperament, he would never let them go. At that time, they could only die. Boom! The knight's long spear pierced Ling Xiao's body, and the explosive force blocked everyone's vision. Everyone was waiting. What happened to Ling Xiao? Was he dead? No, Ling Xiao is not dead. How is this possible? Then a shocking scene appeared. Ling Xiao was standing there, unharmed, while the knight's martial soul was rapidly shrinking. Finally, it turned into a cloud of dust and completely disappeared from the hall. What's going on? This is absolutely impossible. That martial soul is at least at the 8th grado heaven level, but Ling Xiao is unharmed. It's fine that he is unharmed, but he actually killed the knight's martial soul. How did he do it? Countless people cried out in surprise. The key point was that this scene was too strange. It was so strange that many people suspected that their eyes were damaged. Damn it! Fortunately, I have Butterfly's help. Otherwise, I would have been skinned even if I didn't die. That was close. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. This half-step Yin-Yang realm expert was not someone he could deal with now. He might not even be able to deal with a 10 Directions Heaven Realm warrior, let alone such an expert. Of course, if it weren't for the Butterfly Lady, Ling Xiao wouldn't have wanted to fight the Knight Martial soul head-on. He would have chosen to run. If he ran away, Feng Zhan would not be able to do anything with Xie Li holding him back. The situation was different, so was the natural choice. Boy, what kind of demonic technique did you use? Feng Zhan was going crazy. He thought that it would be a sure thing to kill Ling Xiao with his martial soul at the Wandering Soul stage. However, he could not accept the result at all. Not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but his martial soul was also destroyed by Ling Xiao. His martial soul was really destroyed. It was just like a warrior being killed. He would never be able to get it back. Feng Zhan was both angry and scared. If he was facing Timur, Mutu, or Jining, he could accept it. However, he was facing Ling Xiao, a warrior at the celestial realm. All intelligent creatures would always be afraid of the unknown. Feng Zhan was no exception. That ferocious fighting spirit from before had almost vanished into thin air at this point. Demonic technique? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Ha! So what if I use demonic technique? As long as I can kill you, I will do anything. Are you scared? Feng Zhan really wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death. However, he did not dare to, because he was really scared. He did not even dare to get close to Ling Xiao now. Ling Xiao could kill his martial soul, so he could definitely kill him. He would never take the risk before figuring out what method Ling Xiao used. Scared? You don't dare to attack? Then it's my turn to attack. Ling Xiao showed a playful smile and looked at Xie Li. Sister Xie Li, take a rest first. I will deal with Feng Zhan. After saying that, the whole hall was filled with killing intent. Blood-red light gathered on Ling Xiao's two swords at the same time. The soaring fighting spirit made his sword essence extremely sharp. Chapter 1081. Facing Ling Xiao. Facing a warrior whose cultivation was much lower than his, Feng Zhan was really scared. He kept retreating. If Timur Mutu was not fighting fiercely in the distance, he would have chosen to run away. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the distance. Immediately after, a mountain was reduced to dust. The entire palace began to shake. After a while, Timur Mutu, who was covered in blood, appeared. He was holding a corpse in his hand. Scorpion King. Scorpion King was killed. In the end, Timur Mutu won this battle. Ling Xiao, we meet again. This time, I won't let you escape from me no matter what. Timur Mutu's body floated in the air. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and then threw Scorpion King's corpse on the ground. Seeing that corpse, all the Scorpion men lost their fighting spirit. Even Xie Li was completely paralyzed on the ground. There was no hope. There was no hope at all. Scorpion King was dead. The Scorpion Men tribe had no power to fight back. Even if Ling Xiao could kill Feng Zhan, it would be useless. He had no chance of winning against the powerful Timur Mutu. At the scene, only Ling Xiao remained calm. He was indeed not Muta's match, but he was fearless. A swordsman must have the sword courage and an unyielding heart. No matter whether he could win or not, his heart could not be disturbed or panicked. Strange inscriptions flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be analyzing Timur Muta's situation. Ling Xiao was sure that even if Timur Mutu killed Scorpion King, he would not be able to escape unscathed. He had never seen Scorpion King before. But according to the situation of the battle, just now, there was not much difference in their strength. Even if Timur Mutu killed Scorpion King, he would be seriously injured. So what if his cultivation was high? If he was seriously injured, Timur Muta's combat strength might not be stronger than Feng Zhan's. Of course, this was only his speculation. He needed the mountain river martial spirit to analyze whether it was true. Fortunately, he still had the power of a sovereign personage and the butterfly lady. If it really didn't work, he could only use the strength of a human king and the butterfly lady. Even if he couldn't kill Mutu, he had to scare him away again. Ling Xiao's guess was correct. In fact, he had underestimated himself. Originally, if Timur Mutu had fought steadily, it would have only been a matter of time before he defeated the Scorpion King. After all, the Scorpion King was already injured. As time passed, his combat power would only become weaker and weaker. But Mutu didn't have time. If he continued to dawdle like this, his people would all be killed by Ling Xiao. He hadn't expected that even Feng Zhan wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao, but that was the truth. Therefore, in a short period of time, he risked his injuries and erupted with all his strength to forcefully kill the Scorpion King. However, at the same time, he was also heavily injured. The martial artists present all understood in their hearts that Mutu had appeared in order to kill Ling Xiao. If he hadn't come, this war might have been reversed. A 16-year-old boy had appeared in the Scorpion Men tribe alone and turned the situation around. Countless experts had been defeated by him. Even Feng Zhan, a half-step Yinyang realm expert, was so frightened that he kept retreating. No wonder Xie Li treated this person as his master. The Scorpion Men didn't understand at first, but now they completely understood. They even felt that Xie Li becoming Ling Xiao's servant was a kind of luck and honor. It was as lucky as the comrade in arms of the human king in the primordial age, Grand Tutor. Feng Zhan looked at Mutu awkwardly. He had lost all his face today. Not only did he fail to clear the obstacles for Timur Mutu, but he also forced Timur Mutu to risk his injuries to come to his aid. It was really too embarrassing. However, with Grand Tutor Muta's appearance, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Feng Zhan's resentment had dissipated. This could be considered a kind of gain. Trash! Mutu slapped Feng Zhan across the air and scolded, "You can't even deal with a mere celestial realm martial artist. Are you worthy of calling yourself the most valiant general under the little prince? Previously, when you saw the little prince being captured alive by this kid, I gave you a chance to redeem yourself. But now, look what you've done. I'm guilty. I deserve to die." Feng Zhan hurriedly knelt on the ground. He felt wronged and depressed. Ever since he met Ling Xiao, he was simply unlucky. You deserve to die, but the one who deserves to die more than you is him. Naturally, Timur Mutu wouldn't kill Feng Zhan. After all, Feng Zhan was a major force under his command. If he killed Feng Zhan now, he would be a fool. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Good kid, when we were in the northern desert city, you made me suffer a great loss. Your wisdom is unparalleled, and I admire you. After that, you captured the little prince alive, which made me look at you in a new light. Today, even Feng Zhan is so scared that he doesn't dare to fight with you. I'm starting to like you. How about it? I'll give you a chance. Join the Black Crow Empire, and you can immediately take over Fengzhan's position. You'll also enjoy endless glory and wealth. Old thing, when did you learn Libby's trick? Are you trying to scare me? Or are you saying that you're already weak and are just a paper tiger? Ling Xiao suddenly grinned and looked at Timur Mutu as he spoke. Hearing this, everyone trembled in fear. Was Ling Xiao's courage really made of iron? He actually dared to say such words in front of Timur Mutu. Did he want to die? Humph, this old man is indeed injured, and seriously injured, but killing a celestial realm martial artist like you is still a piece of cake. 8 Desolation Heaven? Isn't he a 7 stars heaven warrior? Xieli was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that Ling Xiao had released the aura of an 8 Desolation Heaven warrior. Ling Xiao's breakthrough actually happened just now. It was at the moment when he suddenly comprehended the ability to control heaven and earth. His cultivation had directly advanced from the early stage of 7 stars heaven to the early stage of 8 Desolation Heaven, producing a sudden leap. It was just that Ling Xiao was not familiar with the power of 8 Desolation Heaven, so he didn't use it. Otherwise, it would have been easier for him to kill Libby. Old thing, as you said before, no matter how sharp your mouth is, it can only talk. It can't kill people. If you want to kill me, then do it. I'd like to see if you, old dog, are still lingering at death's door. Ling Xiao's voice was somewhat casual and even sarcastic. The analysis of the mountain and river martial soul told him that Timur Mutu was indeed injured, and his injury was very serious. The strength that he could exert now was at most at the first level of Yin-Yang realm. With this strength, the butterfly lady and the human king strength could definitely put up a fight. Therefore, he was not afraid. He's crazy. He's not crazy, he's confident. Yes, didn't you notice that every time this kid said something, he used his actions to prove it? He's not the kind of guy who doesn't have hair on his mouth. The Scorpion Men tribe's hearts, which had sunk to the bottom, suddenly rose again. Perhaps there was really hope. Chapter 1082. The Scorpion Men warriors finally realized something. Ling Xiao was right. It was impossible for Timur Mutu to not be injured after killing the Scorpion King. Even if their king died, it would leave an indelible wound on his opponent's body. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Even though I'm heavily injured, I'm still a Yin-Yang realm warrior. A small fry like you can't understand the difference between the Yin-Yang realm and the heaven realm. Timur Mutu had lost face. He couldn't convince Ling Xiao, so he could only attack. In fact, he was very unwilling to attack. What he needed the most now was to heal. The more serious his injuries were, the more dangerous and weak he would be. However, he couldn't back down now. He had no choice but to attack. Timur Mutu raised his hand, and a powerful storm filled the entire hall. The storm turned into a sharp blade and slashed towards Ling Xiao. This was a genuine attack, not a battle intent, nor something flashy and impractical. Ling Xiao didn't know anything about Yin-Yang realm warriors. He had only heard the Moon Maiden say that warriors of this realm could reverse yin and yang and turn a deer into a horse. They were very difficult to deal with. Moreover, Heaven Realm and Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists all controlled Heaven Essence energy. However, Yin-Yang Realm warriors controlled a higher level of energy called Yin-Yang Yuan Qi. Ling Xiao didn't know how powerful Yin-Yang Yuan Qi was, but he knew that Yin-Yang Yuan Qi was definitely stronger than heavenly origin energy. Are you afraid? The Yin-Yang Yuan Qi of the Yin-Yang realm is close to the embryonic form of immortal Qi. In comparison, the heavenly origin energy you possess is just a crude and lowly energy. It's like a candle flame that can never compete with the sun. Old dog, when did you become so talkative? Since you want to attack, hurry up. Could it be that I'm right? You're actually afraid of me, a mere heaven realm warrior? Ling Xiao held two swords in his hands, but his mind sank into the mountain river martial soul and released the power of a human king. Although the power of a human king was limited, only 9 cauldrons. However, this kind of thing couldn't be stingy when it was time to use it. Otherwise, it would be too late to think of using it after death. Moreover, this time, he didn't use his monarch power on himself, but on the butterfly lady. When the power of the human monarch fused with the butterfly lady, when Ling Xiao completely entered the state of being able to control the world, something strange happened. How can I use the butterfly lady's power? Ling Xiao was a little shocked. Although he had used the Book of Seals in the past to fuse the demon fox's power with himself, it was still not enough. However, it was completely different this time. The butterfly lady wasn't his martial soul, nor was it a monster from the Book of Seals. Instead, he was a living being that existed freely. He could actually use the butterfly lady's power. More importantly, his consciousness was very clear. It was obvious that he wasn't being controlled. Was this what the realm of consciousness that controlled heaven and earth could do? It was too miraculous. In fact, Ling Xiao's thinking was a little too simple. The most important reason was, of course, the most important reason. However, if there weren't other factors, this kind of special situation wouldn't have happened. For example, the power of the human monarch, the close relationship between him and the butterfly lady, and the fact that the butterfly lady was currently in his mountain river martial soul. The special situation this time was the result of a combination of various coincidental factors. He might not be able to use it again in the future. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao. As his cultivation continued to increase, he would have less and less time to rely on others. Anyway, he had obtained this power today, so he could have a good fight with Timur Mutu. It just so happened that he wanted to test how powerful the light and shadow profound meaning would be when he was infinitely close to the yin-yang realm. He smiled and suddenly looked at Timur Mutu. I have to say, you're really unlucky to have met me and obtained new power. You can be a qualified sparring partner. Everyone's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Ling Xiao was too arrogant. Even if he was the demon monarch among the monsters, he actually dared to ask Timur Mutu to be his sparring partner. It would be depressing if he didn't succeed in anything and got himself killed. Mutu seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao. He swept over with a strong chi blade. Just a gentle wave of his hand was several times more powerful than Feng Zhan's move. The entire hall began to shake, as if it was about to disintegrate. Everyone could feel how powerful this attack was. Cieli looked at this scene nervously, but she was powerless. Although she was an expert at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, she was still no match for Mutu's day. Even so, she still couldn't watch Ling Xiao die. Ling Xiao appeared here to save the Scorpion Men tribe. No matter what other motives Ling Xiao had, objectively speaking, he was here for the Scorpion Men. She couldn't watch Ling Xiao bleed alone. Stand there and don't move. However, just as she took a step forward, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. It was resolute and irrefutable. Cieli really stopped. In this moment of hesitation, Ling Xiao had already performed his move. It wasn't a new move. It didn't even work on the other light and shadow divine alls. Ling Xiao only used a crimson sun all and a dark shadow all. The red sun all was surrounded by the golden crow fire, while the shadow all was flickering with purple lightning. This time, Ling Xiao didn't plan to launch a sneak attack. He just wanted to break Timur Mutu's attack face to face. The young man standing there was still so valiant and extraordinary, so arrogant and unruly, so carefree and unrestrained. It seemed that nothing could make him retreat, and nothing could make him afraid. Both intelligent and brave, A monstrous genius. You live up to these words. To be honest, this old man really doesn't want to kill you, but you don't know how to cherish the chance to live. So I can only take action. Timur Muttu was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't a person who cherished talents, but even such a person was still amazed after seeing Ling Xiao. If he could use such a monstrous genius, then not to mention the insignificant Divine Phoenix continent, even the Five Immortals Island, or even more powerful forces on the mainland, wouldn't be able to compete with the Black Crow Empire. He believed in his own vision. The current Ling Xiao could become an invincible general on the battlefield, and if Ling Xiao was given a few more years, he would probably become a Yin-Yang realm expert in the mystic world. You can't kill me. Ling Xiao's voice sounded indifferently. You can't restrain me. Although a Yin-Yang realm martial artist is powerful, you're only a hero on the first 3 continents. If I go deeper, you're nothing at all. After saying that, the 2 swords pierced through the air. The 2 awls collided with the huge air blade. An ear-piercing roar sounded in the palace. Chapter 1083. After a moment of rumbling, the power of the explosion finally destroyed the palace that had been ravaged by the destruction. The warriors dodged in panic, looking at the ruined palace. Although their hearts ached, they didn't have the mood to care. Because something even more shocking had happened. Ling Xiao actually blocked Timur Muttu's attack. This couldn't be described as a miracle. It was simply indescribable. It was too shocking. It was as if they saw an ant tripping an elephant with its tiny legs. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. The most shocked person was Timur Muttu. He actually couldn't kill Ling Xiao with one move. This was even more shocking and humiliating to him than his defeat in Northern Desert City. He wasn't as smart as Ling Xiao. He couldn't kill him in terms of strength. How was this possible? Old dog, your end is here. A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. He put away the purple flash sword. Behind him, the shadow of Tao Tai had already appeared. Tao Tie's doomsday, one sword shocking the heavens. Darkness descended, and all the light disappeared. It was as if they were swallowed by a giant beast. This sword was powerful, violent, and crazy. This was Tao Tie's doomsday, the doomsday sword. Ling Xiao's most powerful move at the moment. Boom, boom. The entire space exploded with piercing sounds. In the darkness, it was revealed. It was killing. It was death. It was destruction. It was cutting everything and swallowing everything. This sword was earth-shattering and unparalleled. What's going on? Timur Muttu was even more surprised. If his previous attack had been a casual one, he could still accept it. But this time, he actually felt fear. When did Ling Xiao become so strong? Although his opponent obviously didn't have the strength of the Yin-Yang realm, this kind of lethality wasn't something he could withstand. Retreat. Facing Ling Xiao, Timur Muttu chose to dodge. Because he didn't have the confidence to withstand Ling Xiao's terrifying attack. Light shadow escape, kill. Although Doomsday of Tao Tai was powerful, Ling Xiao didn't think that it could cause much damage to Timur Muttu. Just as the other party had said, even though he was severely injured, he was still able to bring out the strength of a primary Yin-Yang realm cultivator. His true killer move was not as powerful as the Tao Tai Apocalypse, but its destructive power was not any weaker than the light shadow evasion. It was more secretive, more terrifying, and more impossible to guard against. The moment he used the sword move, Ling Xiao's entire person suddenly disappeared. The sword disappeared. He also disappeared at the same time. Nothing could be seen in the darkness. In the realm of heaven and earth control, with the help of the half-step Yin-Yang realm, and with the power of the human king, Yi Qingyu was able to control the heaven and earth. His light shadow evasion had also been greatly improved. In the entire world, there was only that single ray of light. He couldn't dodge it nor could he block it. In that instant, Ling Xiao seemed to have reached the true speed of light. Timur Muda's expression turned ugly. He couldn't locate Ling Xiao. He couldn't sense Ling Xiao's aura. The only thing he could see was a ray of light that was so fast that he couldn't dodge it. He knew that this might be Ling Xiao's attack, but as an yin-yang realm expert, he couldn't dodge it. At the critical moment, he desperately activated his black crow bloodline. His body turned into a huge black crow. His feathers were as tough as meteorites from outer space, completely wrapping his body. At the same time, the yin-yang energy on the surface of his body condensed into a layer of protection, hoping to use it to weaken the power of the attack. Qi La, the damage caused by Doomsday of Taotai, finally arrived. Although Timur Muda's energy protection was strong, it was still completely devoured by the huge Taotai sword energy. Then, the ray of light also arrived. It pierced through the sharp feathers and pierced Timur Muda's body. Timur Muda actually soared into the sky, flapping his black wings to weaken the power of the attack. A pair of black and white wings appeared on Ling Xiao's back as he soared into the sky and chased after Timur Muda. His expression was cold, without any fear. In his eyes, the only target was the old dog, Timur Muda. Could he kill him? He wouldn't ask himself such a question, because a swordsman didn't need to doubt himself. Especially in a situation where he already had the upper hand, doubting himself was akin to committing suicide. This was the best time for Ling Xiao to kill Timur Muda. He didn't know if he could obtain this kind of power in the future, so he had to kill this old dog here. At the same time, he could also gain valuable experience in dealing with yin-yang realm experts. Ling Xiao's speed was even faster than Timur Muda's. Although Mutu could display the strength of an early yin-yang realm expert, he was still heavily injured. Every time he used his yin-yang energy, his injuries would become more serious. In order to dodge Ling Xiao's attack, he didn't hesitate to transform. This made his injuries worsen faster, but he had no choice. Facing the current Ling Xiao, Timur Muda didn't know what to do. He could only risk his life. Standing on the ground, Feng Zhan's expression was uncertain. He knew that once Ling Xiao died, he wouldn't be able to live either. Although Ling Xiao was very scary now, Feng Zhan knew that he had to take action. When Ling Xiao attacked Timur Muda with all his strength, he had to take action and kill Ling Xiao. Only then could he relieve his worries. Yellow sand filled the sky. A figure flew in the sky like a fairy. Her figure was beautiful, and her eyes were beautiful. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Behind her was a group of soldiers in special uniforms. They were riding demon wolves trained by Northern Desert City. The color of their uniforms was very similar to the color of the desert. When they were still, it was almost impossible to tell the difference. At the front of the group were two women. One of them was as cold as ice. Even in the hot desert, she was as cold as ice. She was cold plum. The other person exuded a sense of nobility and arrogance. Her innate aristocratic temperament made her stand out from the rest of the women. She was Haim Myung-ko. Cold plum, why did the Moon Lady suddenly appear in the Divine Phoenix continent? Haim Myung-ko looked at the woman in the sky and asked nervously, "I don't know." Cold plum shook her head. She really didn't know. Of course she knew who the Moon Lady was. She was the only woman Ling Xiao had expressed his love for, and she was very powerful and terrifying. Why did the Moon Lady come to the Divine Phoenix continent? In fact, it was not for anything else. Because when she sent Ling Xiao away, she left a trace of her vitality in Ling Xiao's body. As long as Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she would be able to sense it. Many times before, although Ling Xiao had encountered a lot of trouble, He had been able to turn the misfortune into a blessing. But this time, the Moon Lady felt that the yin-yang vitality she had left in Ling Xiao's body was about to disappear. So she ignored everyone's objections and went to the Divine Phoenix continent alone, following Ling Xiao's aura all the way. Chapter 1084. In the desert, the Moon Lady encountered the Dark Assassin team that was rushing over to find Ling Xiao. That was how it was. She had traveled day and night without resting for a moment. She had traveled from Heaven's Choice Academy to here. She could only relax when she saw Ling Xiao. Although the disappearance of the yin-yang yuan qi might not mean that Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she wasn't willing to take the risk even if there was a slight possibility. She had lived for more than 100,000 years, and Ling Xiao was the only one who dared to say that he liked her and wanted to protect her. She also felt this kid's true intentions. She didn't seem to care, but she was very happy in her heart. She didn't want her man to die like this. She had to save him. What is that place? The Moon Lady suddenly looked in the direction of the poisonous desert and asked, "Your Highness, that is the poisonous desert. The Scorpion Men tribe and Lizard Men tribe live there. It is very dangerous." A member of the Dark Assassin team answered, "Let's go there." The Moon Lady didn't explain anything. She didn't need to. Her powerful strength had convinced these members of the Dark Assassin team. At the same time, Ling Xiao was still chasing after Timur Mutu on top of the collapsed palace in the Scorpion Men tribe. This scene was very strange. If Timur Mutu was chasing after Ling Xiao, it would be understandable. But now, it was the other way around. What angered Timur Mutu the most was that his speed wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao. He wanted to use this opportunity to change the situation. However, Ling Xiao's sword attack gave him no time to do so. He could only keep running. He kept dodging. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He looked a little miserable. Damn it! Timur Mutu roared in his heart. He was one of the grand tutors of the Black Crow Empire and a top yin-yang realm expert. But now, he was being bullied by a dog. He was actually being chased around by a brat like Ling Xiao. If this spread out, he would lose all face. Suddenly, he saw Feng Zhan move on the ground. Feng Zhan was also very depressed. He was a general of the Black Crow Empire. He was insufferably arrogant on the battlefield. He was also famous in the Black Crow Empire. However, he was fooled by a stinky brat. If he didn't take advantage of the battle between Ling Xiao and Timur Mutu to kill Ling Xiao, when would he be able to do so? Suddenly, he transformed into a black crow as well. A black light soared into the sky. His sharp claws contained powerful heavenly elemental energy. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. He had to kill Ling Xiao. Shameless. Xieli became anxious and soared into the sky at the same time. Unfortunately, she was a scorpion woman, not a black crow. She could not fly. Even though he could temporarily soar into the air, his speed was still much slower. He could only watch helplessly as Feng Zhan attacked Ling Xiao from behind, but there was nothing he could do. Shadow body. Ling Xiao was still there, but he had turned into a shadow. He had no face, no expression, no shadow that a human body should have. The fifth step of the profound meaning of light was light body. He could transform into light to dodge attacks and attack enemies. The fifth step of the profound meaning of shadow was shadow body. He could not dodge any attacks, but could devour everything, including energy. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a human-shaped black hole. The moment Feng Zhan saw the shadow, he felt a strong sense of danger. He wanted to dodge, but his body was out of his control. A powerful suction force pulled him into the black shadow. Disappeared. The powerful Feng Zhan. The half-step yin-yang realm Feng Zhan. He actually disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. What the hell? People didn't know what happened, but they knew Feng Zhan's aura had disappeared. What did it mean? It meant death. Ling Xiao actually used such a strange method to kill Feng Zhan. For a moment, they found it hard to accept. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had to believe it. Sneak attack from behind. Extremely shameless. Death is not to be regretted. Ling Xiao's cold voice echoed in the air. Then he looked at Timur Mutu. Old dog, you must feel bad seeing your capable subordinate killed by me, right? But who asked you to be so useless? You can't even protect your own subordinate. Do you deserve to be called the Grand Tutor? Hateful. If I don't tear you into pieces today, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Timur Mutu had never suffered such humiliation since he started practicing martial arts. A mere human martial artist had actually killed his most capable assistant right in front of him. What a great humiliation! How could he tolerate this? Hee, you want to tear me into pieces? I really don't know which old dog was the one who was chased around by me. Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. He was actually quite helpless. Originally, he had saved the real big move for Timur Mutu to enjoy. Unfortunately, Feng Zhan had blocked it. This had given Timur Mutu a chance to regroup. As the saying goes, the first drum will be strong, the second will be weak, and the third will be exhausted. It was probably impossible for him to kill Mutu now, but even so, he still wanted to leave a deep impression on Timur Mutu. If he didn't scare this old dog away, everything he had done today would be in vain. You have a sharp tongue. It's a pity that you've already used up your trump card, but I haven't really made my move yet. Timur Mutu swallowed a pill. In an instant, the wounds on his body stopped bleeding, and he became spirited. The most terrifying thing was that his aura had returned to its original state. Yin-yang reversal pill. You actually have such a thing. Ling Xiao had seen this type of pill in the primordial divine pills scripture. After consuming it, it could completely heal one's injuries. Furthermore, one's physical strength and inner strength would also be completely restored. However, after 2 hours, one would return to their original state, and their injuries would worsen. It seems that Timur Mutu was really forced into a desperate situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this kind of thing. Ha ha, ha ha ha, boy, you're indeed very powerful. You've given me too many surprises today. But since you've killed Feng Zhan, you must be buried with him. Mutu didn't want to waste time because the yin-yang reversal pill only had an effect of 2 hours. He suddenly approached Ling Xiao in the air. A powerful aura assaulted Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao was forced back dozens of meters. He didn't even have the ability to stay in the air. Was this Timur Mutu's full strength? It was simply incomparable. Too terrifying. Almost everyone thought so. But Ling Xiao's face still had a smile on it. Buried with him? You should go. I don't even know him. Ling Xiao had no other choice but to bravely move forward. If he ran away, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, when Timur Mutu's strength had completely recovered, he wouldn't be able to escape because his speed was no longer comparable to Timur Mutu's. He could only fight with his back to the river. Chapter 1085. What was a swordsman? What was a warrior? Only by being fearless and cutting off all obstacles in front of him could he be considered strong. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he could still remain calm. He would never retreat in the face of a powerful enemy. This was a warrior. This was a swordsman. And Ling Xiao was such a person. Even though he knew that he was no match for him, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit did not diminish in the slightest. What? You still want to fight with me? Timur, Mutu's voice became bone-chilling with some disdain and pity. You are a smart person. You should know that with your current strength, you can't even touch a hair of mine. You can't even touch one of mine. You are always so arrogant, but don't forget that you have already lost twice in front of me. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, and his aura gathered again. He could feel that the human king's power that he had just extracted was about to be exhausted. This attack might decide whether he could drive away Timur or Mutu today. Therefore, he did not hold back. He did not intend to hold back either. Behind him, the eye of the world in the sky changed. It was no longer changing inscriptions, but a world. Night and day alternated, and a power emerged that made Timur or Mutu very uncomfortable. Pretending to be mysterious, Timur or Mutu clasped his palms together, and a terrifying power condensed in his palms. Then it slowly separated, forming a black rhombus-shaped object. Everyone could feel that this black rhombus-shaped object contained an incomparably terrifying power. It was a power that Ling Xiao could not block at all. However, Ling Xiao seemed to not see anything. He just condensed his sword move as if there was no one around. Light and shadow escape. Kill. It was the same move, but its power could not be mentioned in the same breath. A dazzling golden light collided with the black rhombus-shaped object. Clang! A crisp sound of collision rang out, and Ling Xiao's figure appeared. The tip of his sword only left a small scratch on the rhombus-shaped object. This old man has already said that your next attack will be useless. Timur or Mutu sneered, and then the rhombus-shaped object suddenly began to spin. The golden crow sword trembled continuously, showing signs of breaking. Crack! Strange cracks appeared on the golden crow sword. Ha ha! This is your best weapon, right? What will you do if it breaks? Timur Mutu was very happy. After being suppressed by Ling Xiao for such a long time, he felt as if he was suffering from internal injuries. Now, he could finally vent his anger. Are you that happy? Your opponent is just an 8 desolate heaven cultivator. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. And don't you know that I'm very cunning? Tai Chi sword body. It was still the 5th step of the light and shadow profound meaning, but it was a fusion of the body of shadow and body of light. At this moment, Ling Xiao had actually transformed into a sharp sword. On this sword, there was a clear distinction between black and white. It actually evolved into a huge Taiji diagram. Light and shadow intertwined, the fusion of black and white. This sword was not only incomparably sharp and capable of destroying everything, it was also extremely flexible and unfathomable. The seemingly slow sword was actually astonishingly fast. Everyone had a very contradictory illusion. That sword clearly looked so slow that it seemed as if everyone could dodge or dodge it. But in fact, he was so fast. So close yet worlds apart might be describing this sword move. With a slight movement, he could cross a long distance. Danger! Timur Mutu felt extreme danger. He tried to use his fastest speed to dodge the attack, but in the end, it was still too late. This sword pierced through his body, leaving a huge Taiji diagram on his chest. The strange diagram was like a demon's curse. One black and one white. The white half was completely empty. The internal organs and flesh in his body were nowhere to be found. The black half was the body that had been completely charred. It had been completely turned into charcoal. This wound was circular and more than a foot in diameter. Everyone saw it clearly, and it was a ghastly sight. Time seemed to stop. Timur Mutu looked at his wound. He couldn't believe this result at all. He couldn't accept it. What kind of move was this? That brat had never used it before. He had been plotted against again. He had to escape. Timur Mutu felt his life force rapidly depleting. He had to find a place to heal his wounds. Otherwise, he might really die. Ling Xiao, just you wait. This old man will definitely not let you off. Timur Mutu ran away. because he realized that Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face, as if he hadn't lost any energy at all. This made him really afraid. Facing such a cunning and terrifying young man, he felt that he had to think carefully about his battle plan. Right. He still had hundreds of thousands of troops that had retreated to the vicinity of the Scorpion Men tribe. Previously, he had planned to use them as a precaution. Now he could use them. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could survive the attack of hundreds of thousands of troops. Seeing Timur Mutu run away, the Lizard Men, Black Crow Empire, and Divine Phoenix Empire's martial practitioners also tried to escape. Sister Xieli, don't let them escape. Ling Xiao stood there, without moving. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that he couldn't. He had used more energy than his body could handle. During the battle, he didn't feel anything wrong, but now he felt uncomfortable. His body felt like it was going to fall apart at any time. But he could only pretend, because he was afraid that Timur Mutu would find out. Once that old man found out, he really wouldn't have any power to resist. Xieli made her move. With her strength at the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm, killing those Heaven Realm martial practitioners was just like playing around. In addition, many of the Scorpion Men tribe's martial practitioners had also recovered their battle strength thanks to Ling Xiao's pills, so they all joined in the battle. Ling Xiao had chased away the most terrifying enemy for them. What happened next? They had to rely on themselves. Thousands of Lizard Men and hundreds of Black Crow Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire's martial practitioners were all killed on the ruins. There was no sympathy on the battlefield. There was no need for sympathy. Moreover, the Scorpion Men tribe had lost more than 20,000 people this time. It would be strange if they didn't take revenge in anger. The battle ended. All the Scorpion Men surrounded Ling Xiao and knelt down. They worshipped this young man. It was this 16-year-old boy who had broken the norm and created a miracle. Not only did he kill Feng Zhan and Libi, but he also defeated Timur Mutu. Bang! Ling Xiao fell heavily to the ground. Xieli immediately rushed over to help him up. I'm afraid I can't do it. I used the forbidden power this time. My body will be completely destroyed. Ling Xiao was so weak that he almost couldn't speak. No, you can't die. You can't die. I'll take you to the blood mirror pool. Xieli stood up with Ling Xiao in her arms. Her eyes were filled with determination. Xieli, the blood mirror pool is the forbidden area of our Scorpion Men tribe. Only the king is qualified to enter. As Scorpion Man, reminded. Chapter 1086. Someone reminded Xieli that the blood mirror pool was a forbidden place for Scorpion Men and the cultivation place of the Scorpion King. So what? I only know that in this situation, only the water of the blood mirror pool can save Ling Xiao. Do you want to watch him die? Is this how we Scorpion Men treat our benefactor? Xieli said furiously, I'm just saying, don't be angry. What I mean is, can he withstand the water of the blood mirror pool? What if he dies because of it? The Scorpion Man smiled bitterly. Xieli looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Young master, do you want to go or not? I'll go. Ling Xiao had no choice. He was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die. Since the blood mirror pool gave him a chance to survive, he had to try. He was not afraid of Timur and Mutu. How could he be afraid of cultivating in a forbidden place like the blood mirror pool? The blood mirror pool was not a small pool. After being taken in by Xieli, Ling Xiao found that the winding paths led to a secluded place. The space was very large, and the structure was extremely complicated. If someone who was not familiar with the place entered, he would definitely be trapped inside. At the entrance, Xieli was so nervous that she did not know how to proceed. Because she had never been in this place before, she did not know which path to choose. The third path from the right. Ling Xiao said, Cieli was stunned for a moment, but she still walked over as he said. Although his body was extremely weak, Ling Zhao's soul was still very normal. Relying on his powerful soul force, it was not difficult for him to determine the correct path. There was a strange atmosphere in the deep path, which made people feel very depressed. Cieli hugged Ling Zhao tighter. On the one hand, she did not want anything to happen to Ling Zhao. On the other hand, she was afraid. At the front of the road, there were faint flashes of light. Cieli heaved a sigh of relief. Although she had never been here before, she had heard the Scorpion King mention the general scene of entering the blood mirror pool. Since there was light in front, it was basically right. As they got closer, the light became even brighter. After passing through the dark path, Ling Zhao and Cieli were surprised to find that there was a huge space inside. The space inside was no smaller than the Scorpion King's palace. In the middle of the palace, there was a blazing ball of fire. The strange thing was that the fireball was actually in the shape of a three-dimensional Tai Chi diagram. In other words, it was the Tai Chi ball. Half of it was white, and the other half was black. You have me in you, and I have you in me, exuding a gentle glow. There was a small room near the Tai Chi ball. It should be the place where the Scorpion King usually cultivated. The room was not big, but it was made of special materials that could absorb both black and white energy at the same time. Sister Cieli, is this the blood mirror pool? Ling Zhao could not help but feel a little confused. Wasn't the blood mirror pool supposed to be a pool of water? I don't know either. This is different from what the Scorpion King described. According to the Scorpion King scroll, there should be a small blood pool at the end of the tunnel. Inside, it is the most precious treasure of our tribe, the blood mirror. Cieli forced a smile. Is there a mistake? Ling Zhao was stunned. When he checked the tunnel with his soul power, he found that 2 of the tunnels had the effect of assisting in healing and cultivation. However, this one was obviously stronger. Could it be that this was a place that even the Scorpion King had never been to? What was going on with that room? Ling Zhao's mind was a little confused. Forget it. He just needed to trust his intuition. Sister Cieli, take me there. Ling Zhao made up his mind. This was the choice that his soul told him to make. He believed that it could not be wrong. Cieli nodded and walked toward the Tai Chi ball with Ling Zhao in her arms. Just as they approached the Tai Chi ball, the huge ball actually spun faster. Then, the black side produced a terrifying suction force, sucking the 2 of them in. Sister Cieli, hold on to me. Ling Zhao's voice was heard in the darkness. Cieli thought that Ling Zhao was afraid. However, she did not know that the moment Ling Zhao was sucked in by the Tai Chi ball, he felt the terrifying power of the Tai Chi ball. Without hesitation, he released his Mountain River martial soul. Only the Mountain River martial soul could resist this terrifying power. If Cieli was too far away, she would definitely die. The sun and the moon alternated, and day and night rotated. Ling Zhao could feel that the Mountain River martial soul started to spin faster. The Mountain River martial soul devoured, absorbed, and transformed the 2 terrifying energies released by the Tai Chi ball. Cieli held Ling Zhao tightly as the energy from the Mountain River martial soul seeped into her body. Sister Cieli, don't let your imagination run wild. Start cultivating. I don't know what the Tai Chi ball is, but for now, it's very beneficial to both of us. It will definitely help you improve your cultivation. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Cieli nodded and closed her eyes. She let the energy flow into her body instead of resisting it. Ling Zhao did not resist either. The energy of the Tai Chi ball, which had been transformed by the mountain and river martial spirit, seeped into every part of his body and began to repair his almost shattered internal organs and heaven veins. His flesh and blood became pure energy. Ling Zhao's body started a new evolution. After this evolution, his understanding of the light and shadow ultimacy would most likely be greatly improved. Of course, this was just Ling Zhao's speculation. Based on the current situation, his judgment should be correct. Because everything was progressing in a good direction, the Tai Chi ball became smaller and smaller, while the red sun in the mountain river martial soul became bigger and bigger. The eye of the world also began to undergo some special changes. It became smaller and smaller until it finally merged into Ling Zhao's left eye. It was no longer a separate ability from Ling Zhao's body. Instead, it became the ability of Ling Zhao himself. The color of the left eye also started to change. The eyeball turned into a Tai Chi ball. It started to rotate and release terrifying energy. It was completely connected with the spirit ocean. The left eye could not only see through all the flaws of martial arts, but also the scene hundreds of miles away. It could also release terrifying soul power to control the souls of the enemies. What was even more frightening was that several of the original abilities of soul judgment had been integrated into his left eye. The predecessor of the soul judgment was the soul dice. It was a secret skill of the soul. However, whether it was a secret skill or not, it was still an external thing. However, it was different now. It was no longer a secret skill. It had become the ability of Ling Zhao himself. There was no need to cultivate it. As Ling Zhao's strength increased, it would continue to strengthen. Tai Chi Eye, that's right. I'll call you Tai Chi Eye. Tai Chi Eye was a special ability. It could be concealed. If one wanted to use it, he could activate it with his soul power. In this way, he could hide this terrifying ability. It would become more terrifying in future battles. Chapter 1087. Soon after, the Tai Chi ball disappeared completely. It was forcibly divided and devoured by the mountain and river martial spirit, and finally transformed into light and shadow energy. Most of it was absorbed by Ling Zhao's body, while a small part was integrated into Xie Li's body. What a terrifying mountain and river martial spirit! It could really contain and control everything. Ling Zhao was very clear about how terrifying the Tai Chi ball was. That kind of terrifying power could actually be absorbed and transformed by the mountain and river martial spirit. How terrifying was the mountain and river martial spirit! The birth of the Tai Chi made Ling Zhao realize something else. His light and shadow ultimacy also entered the sixth step. This time, the light and shadow ultimacy was related to the eyes. Although he was a swordsman, it did not affect his ability to use other attacks. Ling Zhao was good at freely controlling energy, although his power was more systematic, and he only focused on the use and improvement of the mountain and river martial spirit. He did not need to be restricted to the sword. The mountain and river martial spirit seems to have advanced. It has now reached the early stage of the wandering soul stage. Ling Zhao really wanted to see what would happen if he released the mountain and river martial spirit to attack the enemy. However, he still held back. This thing was his trump card. It was his secret weapon. Basically, he would not use it until the last moment. He could feel that in addition to the strengthening of his martial spirit and the advancement of the light and shadow ultimacy, his cultivation had also broken through to the peak of the 8th desolate heaven. His cultivation breakthrough was not fast, mainly because most of the energy was used to transform his body. Now, if he used his body to display the body of light and body of shadow, it would be easier for him to do so. Previously, he was affected by his body size. Whether it was light or shadow, they could only reach the same size as his body. But now, there was no such restriction. This kind of progress was very terrifying. If it had been like this before, his last move, the Tai Chi sword body, could have killed Timur Mudu directly. He looked back at Xie Li. This enchanting sister was still cultivating and had not woken up. It seemed that Xieli's body was not nourished by the Tai Chi ball, but her cultivation breakthrough should be much better than Ling Zhao's. Without disturbing Xieli, Ling Xiao jumped into the room. As expected, the room was not big. There was a mirror inside. This huge mirror had already rotted when he touched it. While Ling Xiao sighed, he also looked at the words beside the mirror. These words were very ancient, but they were not a problem when the Tai Chi eye was opened. The human king came to save the scorpion tribe. He gave us the mirror Tai Chi, which could suppress the fire of yin and yang. Over time, it formed the Tai Chi ball, which was the last weapon of the scorpion tribe. The human king, Ling Xiao, could not help but smile bitterly. He Xueli's king. He had heard from Xieli that the human king had once saved the scorpion men from the tyrannical rule of the lizard men. Xieli did not know there was a treasure, mirror, mirror, yang mirror. The Tai Chi mirror's energy source was the Tai Chi ball. At the same time, it was also the magic treasure that suppressed the Tai Chi ball. Li 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 was mirror, was the Li, she was she, spirit Chi, mirror was Li. Even the human king did not expect that the ultimate weapon he left for the scorpion tribe would be eaten by Ling Xiao. Of course, there was no point in not eating it. There seemed to be some problems in the process. So, the scorpion tribe did not know about this ultimate weapon. Otherwise, if this thing was used to deal with Timur Mutu, the scorpion tribe would not be as unlucky as they were now. This was probably what the ancients often said. Do not force what you don't have in your life. Sometimes you have to have it. An hour had passed. Outside the blood mirror pool, the scorpion men were checking everywhere in the tribe, hoping to find those who were still alive. At this moment, rosy clouds flew in the sky. A ray of moonlight descended in the daytime. The scorpion men warriors knelt down to pray. They thought it was a fairy descending to the mortal world. When they saw it clearly, they realized it was a peerless beauty. However, this beauty did not look good. She was anxious and angry. Rumble. Moments after this peerless beauty appeared, a group of dozens of cavalrymen also appeared. These people were all riding demon wolves that had been carefully selected and raised. They were huge and were good at running in the wild. Where is Ling Xiao? The fairy spoke while the scorpion men warriors were shocked. Her voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Ha! May I ask where fairy is from? We have never heard of such a person as Ling Xiao, much less seen him. One of the scorpion warriors stepped forward and said respectfully, "This queen does not want to waste words with you. Ling Xiao's aura is on this mountain. Will you obediently tell me his whereabouts? Or will this queen destroy this mountain and kill all of you?" Humph, I don't care who you are, where you come from, or how powerful you are. Hero Ling is the benefactor of our scorpion tribe. We will not hand him over to you no matter what. Stop dreaming. A child who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old among the scorpion men roared. Oh, the moon maiden's lips curled into a smile. Then she suddenly disappeared. When she reappeared, the little guy was already in her hand. If you are not willing to tell me where Ling Xiao is, I will kill this little guy, the moon maiden said coldly. Humph, you look as beautiful as a fairy, but how can you be so vicious? He is just a child. Come at us. The strongest scorpion warriors stepped forward and glared at the moon maiden as they roared. Let's go. You. The moon maiden sneered disdainfully. With a wave of her hand, those warriors who were at the Grotto Heaven realm and were only weaker than Xieli were easily sent flying. I will give you one last chance. Tell me where Ling Xiao is, and you will not die. The moon maiden's voice became even colder. Although we scorpion men are not good people, we will never betray our benefactor. You can kill us or torture us as you wish. The The Scorpion Men warriors might not be as noble as these people said, but those who would betray had already done so. Those who stayed were all loyal warriors who valued friendship and loyalty. These Scorpion Men did not surrender to Fengjian, so they would not surrender to the Moon Maiden. Haha, not bad. The Moon Maiden gently put down the Scorpion Man-child. She did this to prevent anyone from lying to her. If these people were not willing to betray Ling Xiao even in the face of death, then they could be trusted. The Scorpion Men warriors were stunned. They did not know what the Moon Maiden was up to. Just as Haim Miankeo stepped forward to explain the situation, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The dark yellow sand swept over like ants all over the desert. Chapter 1088. Oh no, that Timur Mutu is back. There are hundreds of thousands of black crow soldiers. What should we do now? What else can we do? Let's just fight. Our benefactor has already done everything he could for us. This time, let's protect ourselves. The Scorpion warriors quickly gathered together. They no longer looked at the Moon Lady and the others. Instead, they looked at the group of people in the sky. The Moon Lady retracted her aura and waited quietly. She relaxed because she felt that Ling Xiao's aura did not continue to weaken. Instead, it seemed to have broken out of its cocoon and become stronger. That kid must have gotten lucky again. Since that's the case, I'll help you clean up your enemies. The Moon Lady smiled and looked at the group of invaders. Where's Ling Xiao? Timur Mutu roared. Old dog Mutu, stop dreaming. Even if you kill all of us Scorpion Men, we won't betray our benefactor. Good, very good. Then I'll kill all of you today. Muta's injuries had not healed, but they were temporarily under control. He rushed back because he wanted to take revenge and kill Ling Xiao. He did not want Ling Xiao to escape. If Ling Xiao escaped back to the Divine Phoenix Empire, it would not be so easy for him to kill him. Why are you looking for Ling Xiao? The Moon Lady asked calmly. When did such a beautiful girl come? Who is Ling Xiao to you? Timur Mutu was stunned for a moment before asking. He's my man. The Moon Lady replied. Man? Ha ha, that's great, that's great. You came at the right time. I really want to see what kind of expression that brat Ling Xiao will have when he sees you being sullied by me. Listen to my orders. Leave those 3 girls behind. Kill the rest. Timur Mutu gave the order. The crowd began to surround and attack. The Black Stone Mountain was almost packed with people, and there was almost no space for them to stand. Don't attack. The Moon Lady said softly when she saw that Haim Miankeo and the others were about to attack. Hearing this, everyone from Darkthorn couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Although they didn't know how terrifying the Moon Lady was, they could sense her terrifying aura. Coupled with Haim Miankeo and Cold Plum, they were deeply afraid of this fairy-like woman. To provoke this person, one's life would not be long. The Moon Maiden smiled brightly. For so many years, no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Not only do you want to kill my man, you also want to defile me. I find it very interesting. Her voice rang out. A bright moon suddenly rose in the sky. This light had already covered up the blazing sunlight. Accept the baptism of the bright moon. As her voice fell, the bright moon suddenly shone brightly, and the moonlight illuminated the entire Blackstone ruins. Screams rang out one after another. In front of her, it was as if those soldiers were no longer humans, but straws that were being harvested. This was the role of the strong. If there was no Jining in the northern desert city, if the Black Crow army did not have Timur Mutu, it would have been useless no matter how many people they brought. Although the combined power of an army was very terrifying, it was meaningless if the difference in power was too great. Just like today, the remaining few 100,000 soldiers of the Black Crow army were almost all killed by the Moon Maiden in one move. Only a few Grotto Heaven realm warriors were still alive, and these people were all seriously injured. Kill. The Moon Maiden would not attack the survivors a second time, so Cold Plum raised the sharp blade in her hand. Kill. Dozens of people from the dark thorn roared in unison, their murderous aura filling the sky. What a terrifying woman, what a terrifying team. In this team, the weakest one should be, at least, at the Avalon of 5 elements. The warriors from the Scorpion tribe were all frightened. The Moon Maiden's power was beyond their imagination. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of people were turned into ashes. Was this something that a human could do? It was too terrifying. It was really too terrifying. The dark thorn cleaned up the battlefield, and the only one alive was Timur Mutu. At this moment, Timur Mutu was completely scared out of his wits. Even when he was at his peak, he could kill tens of thousands of Black Crow army soldiers with one move. But this woman could easily destroy hundreds of thousands of Black Crow army soldiers. How terrifying was her power! She was Ling Zhao's woman. No wonder that brat was so arrogant. Wasn't he too lucky? Timur Mutu did not think too much about it. He turned and fled. Even when he was at his peak, he did not dare to fight with such a woman. Moreover, he did not even have 10% of his power now. If he did not run, would he stay and die? Moon has tears. A heavenly voice sounded from the Moon Maiden's mouth, and a tear-like radiance caught up with Timur Mutu. Timur Mutu's body shook violently, and then he fell to the ground, vomiting blood. It's over. It's completely over. He was extremely regretful now. He regretted provoking Ling Zhao. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Moreover, he could not have predicted the future. How could he have known that there was such a terrifying woman behind Ling Zhao? When the warriors from the Scorpion tribe saw this, they were completely dumbfounded. Who was Timur Mutu? He had actually been defeated so easily by this fairy-like woman. Was she still human? She was simply a fairy who had descended from the 9th heaven. They knelt down again. It seemed that their previous prayers were not wrong. This fairy was not here to cause trouble for Ling Zhao. She was Ling Zhao's woman. Then wouldn't Ling Zhao also be an immortal? A relatively backward tribe, like this believed in gods. Although they believed in the Scorpion god, it did not prevent them from worshipping other gods. The Scorpion god did not save their tribe, but Ling Zhao and this fairy did. They could still tell the difference between good and bad. Cold Plum, I'll leave him to you. I'll go find Ling Zhao. The Moon Maiden did not even look at Timur Mutu. Her attack had completely destroyed Timur Mutu's cultivation. Now, even an ordinary person could kill the seriously injured Timur Mutu on the spot, let alone Cold Plum. Yes, Your Highness. He was called the Moon Maiden? Timur Mutu finally knew who he had fallen into. He had indeed heard of the Moon Maiden. She was the strongest person on the heavenly dragon continent, a fairy who had lived for more than 100,000 years. He actually wanted to defile such a woman. He was really blind. He deserved it, but he was not willing to die like this. Your Highness Moon Maiden, may I say something? Timur Mutu said loudly, Speak. Your Highness, you are a hero of the sacred dynasty. You must want to rebuild the sacred dynasty. If you are willing to let me live, then our Black Crow Empire can send troops to help you attack the true demonic empire. This way, the sacred dynasty can be rebuilt. Timur Mutu said, I'm not interested in that. I only care about him. The Moon Maiden said faintly, Chapter 1089. It had been more than 100,000 years. The Moon Lady was used to the chaos of the dynasty. So what if the sacred dynasty existed? It had nothing to do with her. She only had Ling Zhao in her heart. Your Highness, why don't we imprison him? first and make a decision after we find Ling Xiao. Perhaps Ling Xiao can use him. Haim, Myung Ko suggested. Okay, we'll do as you say. The Moon Lady nodded in agreement. She really didn't care if she killed Timur Mutu or not. After all, she would have a chance to kill him in the future. She turned to look at the Scorpion warriors and said, "Where's Ling Xiao?" Fairy, Ling Xiao was severely injured by this old man. His body is about to shatter. Our Commander Scorpion, Li, brought him into the forbidden area. At this moment, the Scorpion man naturally had nothing to hide. Hearing this, the Moon Lady suddenly slapped out without any warning. The moonlight palm wind blasted onto Timur Mutu's body. Timur Mutu, who still had a little hope of survival, died with his eyes wide open. You shouldn't have injured him, and you shouldn't have almost killed him, the Moon Lady muttered to herself. Then she looked at the Scorpion man and said, "Lead the way. I want to go to the forbidden area." Yes, the Scorpion warriors weren't idiots. The Moon Lady could easily kill a Inyang realm warrior, the Grand Tutor of the Black Crow Empire, and the God of War who had been famous in the Black Crow Empire for decades. If he wanted to destroy their tribe, it would only take a flick of his finger. They weren't that stupid. Furthermore, they knew that the Moon Lady wouldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Why couldn't she go to the forbidden area? The door to the Blood Mirror Pool was tightly shut. The Moon Lady coldly slapped out with her palm. The entire mountain shook, and huge rocks collapsed. However, the door didn't move at all. It seems that there's a formation on the door. Unfortunately, I don't understand it. The Moon Lady sighed and said, "Cold Plum, Haim Myung Ko, go back. Go back and tell your great General Ji Ning that Ling Xiao is fine. I'll wait here alone." She knew that Ling Xiao was fine, so she didn't worry anymore. However, she didn't want to leave just like that. From today onward, unless Ling Xiao asked her to leave, she wouldn't leave Ling Xiao no matter what. This man was the driving force for her to continue living. Without him, she was bored. "We're not leaving. Just leave the matter of delivering the letter to the albatross. We're going to wait here." Although Lung Mei was afraid of the Moon Lady, there was nothing to discuss on this matter. The Moon Lady didn't say anything. Instead, she sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes to wait. "Fairy, why don't you find a place to stay first? To be honest, the Blood Mirror Pool is where the king of our Scorpion Men tribe cultivates. Every time he goes in, it'll take at least a month. Sometimes it'll take a few years before he comes out. It's not a good idea to wait here forever." The Scorpion Men were all very emotional. As expected of their savior, Ling Xiao had so many people willing to protect and wait for him here. Even their only surviving commander, Xie Li, didn't hesitate to break the tribe's rules and bring Ling Xiao into the forbidden area to heal. This was probably what they meant by "a just cause enjoys abundant support." "Dark Thorn, come with me to hunt nearby. Be prepared for a long wait." Haim Myung Ko stood up. Since they had to wait for a long time, they had to prepare food and drink. "There's no need to trouble you. Our tribe has been saved by our savior, so there's nothing we can do. Just leave the food to us. After all, we're more familiar with this place." A deputy commander of the Scorpion Men tribe said, "Then we'll have to trouble you. Everyone, take a rest here." Haim Myung Ko nodded and didn't say anything else. Waiting was nothing. Haim Myung Ko's life was saved by Ling Xiao. As for the other members of the Dark Thorn, it was needless to say. Ling Xiao had almost single-handedly changed the situation in Northern Desert City. Although the people and civilians of Northern Desert City had to stay in Northern Desert Pass temporarily, they had been betrayed by their own people. However, that was because he was betrayed by his own people, not because Ling Xiao was useless. Ever since that battle, they had both admired and trusted Ling Xiao. They no longer had the unconvinced attitude they had when they first started following Ling Xiao, let alone a few years. Even if they had to wait here for decades, they could just stay. It was better than going back and being destroyed by those dirty political schemes. Xie Li was still cultivating in the blood mirror pool. Ling Xiao continued to observe the situation in the room. Although the Tai Chi mirror was destroyed, there was still a stone coffin in the room. It seemed that the stone coffin hadn't been opened for a long time. It was tightly sealed. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could see some secret inscriptions flashing constantly. It should be a magic array. As a magic array master, Ling Xiao didn't know what the magic array was, but the analytical ability of the Tai Chi eye was too strong. In just a moment, the functions, flaws, and components of the magic array appeared in his mind one by one. Although it's powerful, it's a pity that it hasn't been maintained for a long time. It can't stop me at all. Looking at the stone coffin, Ling Xiao smiled and then pointed at several places on the stone coffin. After a while, with a click, the lid of the stone coffin was obviously loosened. What on earth was in it? He took a deep breath and prepared himself. Then he slowly opened the stone coffin. The moment the stone coffin was opened, Ling Xiao was stunned. There was nothing in the stone coffin. It was empty. But that's not right. Why would an empty stone coffin be so tightly protected by a magic array? There must be a problem. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, a black shadow suddenly sat up from the stone coffin. To be honest, without the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao couldn't see this black shadow at all. Because this black shadow wasn't a physical body, but a soul in the truest sense. This was something that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Only soul force could sense it. Of course, the Tai Chi eye had its special features. Naturally, it could see it. Eye of light. The moment he saw the black shadow, Ling Xiao felt danger. At that moment, he used the sixth step of the profound meaning of light that he had just comprehended. Eye of light. Although the power of eye of light relied on the power of light and the profound meaning of light, it required the Tai Chi eye to release. At that moment, all the darkness was about to be dispelled. Light descended upon the world. The living could be healed, while the dead would be dispelled. The black shadow howled and flew back into the stone coffin. It curled up in a dark corner and couldn't move. Ling Xiao sneered, and the Tai Chi eye moved again. Eye of the immortal pot. The immortal pot was a soul's secret technique, and now it had Ling Xiao's eye technique. The black shadow was illuminated by the light until it was extremely weak. Then it was absorbed into the eye of the immortal pot and entered an isolated space. This space was connected to the mountain river world. It was completely under Ling Xiao's control. Chapter 10:90. Tell me, what are you doing? Why did you sneak attack me? Ling Xiao's soul entered the mountain river world and asked the black figure coldly, "Damn it, I was sealed by the human king for so many years. I wanted to occupy your body, but who knew that you had the same ability as the human king? I hate it." As it spoke, the black figure finally revealed its true form. It turned out to be a huge black lizard. Its size was a little similar to a black dragon. "You're the lizard ancestor?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. "That's right. The lizard race's strength started with me." The black figure said, "Liar, the lizard ancestor has been sealed for almost 100,000 years. You don't have a body. How can you still be alive?" Ling Xiao said coldly, "Kid, how can you talk to the ancestor like that?" "Ancestor? Yes, you're the lizard ancestor. But here, you can only listen to me." Ling Xiao waved his hand gently, and the dazzling sunlight was aimed at the huge lizard shadow. Stop. I'll tell you everything. Please don't torture me." The lizard ancestor only had his soul left. To be exact, It was just a soul, so it was naturally afraid of the sunlight's torture. It was just like how it was afraid of the eye of light. The reason I'm still alive is because I once cultivated a soul martial art from outer space, the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Primordial spirit? What's that? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I don't know, but there are martial artists in outer space who can cultivate their soul into a primordial spirit. Even if they don't have a body, they can still live forever. It's said that when they're strong enough, their primordial spirit can even leave their body. It's very terrifying, the lizard ancestor explained. Interesting. So, you're not a soul now, but a so-called primordial spirit? Ling Xiao asked. How is that possible? If I really cultivated a primordial spirit, then the human king wouldn't be able to kill me. Unfortunately, I've only condensed a primordial spirit, so I'm still far from a primordial spirit. Source spirit. The cultivation levels in the primordial spirit remnant scroll are primordial spirit, shell emergence, night roaming, day roaming, object manipulation, manifestation, possession, lightning tribulation, and primordial spirit. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. Although his soul power was very strong, it originated from the natural increase of the mountain river martial spirit. He didn't know how to cultivate his soul. The lizard ancestor's primordial spirit remnant scroll was extremely useful to Ling Xiao. Although it was only a remnant scroll and should not be complete, it was undoubtedly an excellent item for Ling Xiao, who lacked a soul cultivation method. However, judging from the lizard patriarch situation, it was clear that the primordial spirit remnant scroll was extremely difficult to cultivate. Otherwise, why would this fella only cultivate to the first stage, the essence soul stage? This was too strange. Humph. Since the primordial spirit remnant scroll is so good, why did you only cultivate to the essence soul stage? Ling Xiao asked with a cold snort. It's all because of that human king guy. I was sealed not long after I obtained this thing. How could I have the chance to cultivate it? The lizard ancestor said with righteous indignation. I see. Ling Xiao felt that the lizard ancestor didn't seem to be lying. Kid, you were able to open the stone coffin today and save me. We can be considered to be fated. How about this? I'll pass the primordial spirit remnant scroll to you, and you let me go? This is definitely a good deal for you. The lizard ancestor suddenly said with a smile, I see that your soul power is so strong, but it's a pity that you can't make better use of it. If you have the primordial spirit remnant scroll, everything will be different. Even if you don't cultivate martial arts, you can still roam the mystic world with your soul power alone. You're so kind? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. I'm not being kind. I'm not a good person, but I just want to live. This is a deal. The lizard ancestor seemed to be sincere. Well, I have to think about this. Ling Xiao pondered. What are you thinking about? I can feel that you have a very strong martial soul, but you can't control it. Do you know why? The lizard ancestor said. Why? The lizard ancestor was right. Ling Xiao had always been curious. Logically speaking, his mountain river martial soul had merged with his soul, and he should be able to control it easily. But in reality, the situation was not so. Obviously, there was a problem. It's simple. The martial soul was brought from the outer world by the human king. So the real cultivation and control of the martial soul also came from the outer world. Let me put it this way. The connection between the soul and the martial soul is much closer than the connection between the body and the martial soul. The stronger the soul, the stronger the martial soul, and the easier it is to control it. The lizard ancestor seemed to be determined to make this deal with Ling Xiao, so he had to tell him all the benefits of cultivating the soul. I still don't understand. Ling Xiao shook his head. You are obviously a genius. How can you be so stupid? To put it simply, The martial soul is actually the external form of the soul, but the current warriors don't understand it at all. They think that the martial soul will never change and will always have the same form. It's a big mistake. The lizard ancestor shook his head and said, "The form and power of the martial soul are completely changed by the warrior's soul and cultivation. Do you know why some people awaken the sword martial soul and others awaken the saber martial soul or other martial souls?" "I don't know." "It's good that you don't know. When you were born, was there a lot drawing activity? The elders put a pile of things in front of the children and then let them choose." "Yes, I seem to understand something." In other words, the awakening of the martial soul is actually affected by the warrior's soul. Just like the lot drawing, if you get a sword, you will get a sword martial soul. If you get something else, you will get another martial soul. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. That's right. Basically, it's like that. But some warriors will be affected by external things during the awakening of the martial soul, such as bloodlines, martial arts manuals, weapons, inheritance, and so on. Ling Xiao completely understood the lizard ancestor's words. The reason why he was able to awaken the mountain river martial soul was because of the book he got from Hongqi. He didn't understand it before, but now it was all clear. Most martial artists were passively adapting to their martial souls and not actively transforming their martial souls. Although once the martial soul was formed, it was difficult to change its form. But in terms of power, combat methods, and so on, it could be upgraded and transformed. For example, if a person had a sword martial soul at the beginning, it might only be the external form of a sword. It could enhance the warrior's attack. But if one deliberately transformed the sword martial soul to have more characteristics, it could continue to improve while maintaining the appearance of a sword. Just like a magic weapon, it could be continuously tempered. Chapter 1091. I understand now. I completely understand now. In the past, he was completely confused about martial spirits, but at this moment, it was completely clear. All right, I'll make the deal. He would not lose anything by letting the lizard ancestor leave after obtaining the primordial spirit remnant scroll. He had the eye of light, and the lizard ancestor could not hurt him in his current state. You're indeed a smart person. The lizard ancestor chuckled, and a memory was instantly transmitted to Ling Xiao's mind. Is this the primordial spirit remnant scroll? Ling Xiao carefully identified every word and sentence. He had never seen the real primordial spirit remnant scroll, but his mountain river martial soul could analyze if the words were reasonable and harmful. If the lizard patriarch tried to play tricks on him, he would not show any mercy. The lizard ancestor laughed in his heart. "Kid, no matter how smart you are, you won't be able to recognize if I slightly change some of the important words. Moreover, the words are from another world, so you won't know if there's a problem." He had a good plan. If Ling Xiao dared to cultivate the problematic primordial spirit remnant scroll, his soul would definitely be injured. When that happened, he would take the opportunity to seize Ling Xiao's body. In fact, there was one thing that he had not told the truth. His primordial spirit remnant scroll had not only reached the essence soul realm, but also the possession realm. In other words, as long as Ling Xiao's soul was injured, he could possess the body and suppress Ling Xiao's soul to gain control of the body. There was a difference between that and possession. After possession, the other party's soul would also be destroyed. However, possession could not do that, and the other party's soul would have to be suppressed at all times. However, the lizard ancestor was not afraid. In his opinion, his soul was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. As long as he had this opportunity, he would definitely be able to achieve his goal. "Are you happy?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked with a smile. "Of course I'm happy. I'm about to regain my freedom," the lizard ancestor said with a smile. "Still pretending? Although most of your primordial spirit remnant volume is real, there are a few key points that are obviously problematic. Do you really think I'm stupid? I was originally sincere in making a deal with you. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with this old bastard. If he refined this old bastard's soul, he could also obtain the primordial spirit remnant scroll, and even this old bastard's martial arts. However, doing so would waste too much time and would be difficult in a short period of time. That was why he wanted to make this deal. But who would have thought that this old thing would be so crafty and actually want to harm him? How could he tolerate this? In the Mountain River realm, the scorching sunlight completely enveloped the lizard patriarch. Here, the lizard patriarch could not move freely at all. He could only let the scorching sunlight slowly strip away his soul. I'll give you the real one. I'll give you the real primordial spirit remnant scroll. The lizard patriarch was truly afraid now. Do you regret it now? Too late. Ling Xiao did not waste any more words, and his soul left the Mountain River realm. The cultivation of the primordial spirit remnant scroll could not be completed overnight. The lizard patriarch's soul could not be refined overnight either. Now that he had recovered from his injuries, he should hurry back to the northern desert city. He did not forget that there were tens of thousands of brothers and more than 100,000 people waiting for him there. The imperial family of the Divine Phoenix Empire had plotted against him, and the Righteous Alliance had schemed against him, but those people and the Northern Desert Army had fought side by side with him to the end. He could still clearly distinguish between good and bad. At this moment, Cieli had woken up from his cultivation. He looked excitedly at his own body, somewhat in disbelief. "You broke through?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, the Yinyang realm." Cieli nodded. This was like a dream. She had directly advanced from the 10th grotto heaven to the first tier of the Yinyang realm, skipping the half-step Yinyang realm that most martial artists had to go through. This meant that she must have obtained an extremely strong power, so much so that she didn't need to accumulate it all, and directly broke through to a higher realm. Congratulations, Big Sister Cieli. Although the Scorpion Men tribe lost a Scorpion King in battle, another Yinyang realm expert has been born. At the very least, there shouldn't be any danger, for now. Ling Xiao smiled. "Young master, you must be joking. We Scorpion Men can't go against our blood oath. Since I said that I would become your slave, I can't go against it." Cieli said very seriously. She was saved by Ling Xiao. Without Ling Xiao, she would have been humiliated by Blind Scorpion. The Scorpion Men tribe was also saved by Ling Xiao. Without Ling Xiao, the Scorpion Men tribe would have been completely destroyed by Timur, and Mutu. Her breakthrough in cultivation was also because of Ling Xiao. Cieli, was not a good person, but she was definitely someone who valued blood oaths very much. She would never go against her oath. "All right, as you wish. We'll talk about this after we get out. Let's go. I believe your tribesmen are waiting anxiously." Ling Xiao did not insist. What was there to be dissatisfied with having a Yinyang realm slave? "Yes, young master." Cieli nodded and followed Ling Xiao out of the forbidden area. Outside the blood mirror pool, the members of the Dark Thorn were eating. These delicious barbecued meat and vegetables were all found and prepared by the warriors of the Scorpion Men tribe. The Moon Maiden did not eat. She stood there quietly. Her body was always enveloped by a strange moonlight, making her look like a moonlight fairy. However, no one knew what kind of pain the Moon Maiden was going through. A long time ago, she had taken in a female disciple named Yihua. This disciple was very talented. She was originally groomed to be the successor of the Yuehua school's sect master. However, when Yihua was 16 years old, she fell in love with a man. This man's origin was very mysterious, but he was very powerful. Within a few days, Yi Hua was completely infatuated with him. For this man, Yi Hua even used the Moon Maiden's trust and took away the Moon Maiden's most precious moonlight heart. The moonlight heart was the Moon Maiden's heart. It was a heart that looked like beautiful jade. This heart was condensed by the Moon Maiden after countless years. It was the key to helping her transform into a human form. Once she lost it, not only would her cultivation be greatly reduced, but her body would also be extremely weak. The most terrifying thing was that once she could not see the moon, her body would have to endure extreme pain. She had never told anyone about this kind of pain. Only she knew that it was more terrifying than having tens of thousands of steel needles pierced into her heart. Later, she found a way to suppress this pain. That was to stay in her palace because it could release light that was very similar to the moonlight to reduce her pain. Ever since this palace was built, she rarely left the Yuehua school. The first time she left the Yuehua school was to deal with the Demon King. That was to fulfill her promise to the moonlight immortal nearly 100,000 years ago. The second time was to protect Ling Xiao at the martial arts festival in the Holy City. This time, it was also for Ling Xiao. Chapter 1092. The Moon Maiden's body was trembling slightly. The pain had already swept through her entire body. She was in so much pain that she was about to lose consciousness. But she still stood there, enduring the pain. She had to wait for Ling Xiao to come out. She had once been betrayed by her most trusted disciple. She had suffered even greater pain than losing the moonlight heart. The fact that she could muster up the courage to trust Ling Xiao once again was an extremely rare thing. Ling Xiao had given her hope. She didn't want to give up. In the forbidden area, Ling Xiao felt his heart beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out. Something seemed to have happened, and he was very concerned about this kind of thing. He felt heartache, but he didn't know what the reason was. So he quickened his pace. With the help of Xieli, the door of the blood mirror pool slowly opened. Perhaps he was worried that Timur Mutu would return, so Xieli walked in front. Ling Xiao didn't object. After all, in terms of current strength, Xieli was much stronger than him. Even in the face of the seriously injured Timur Mutu, Xieli could definitely fight him. However, when the door opened, Ling Xiao didn't see Timur Mutu. Instead, he saw a beautiful figure. This figure had haunted his dreams countless times since he came to the Divine Phoenix continent. He had heard this figure countless times in his sleep. Sister Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao rushed out from behind Xieli and hugged the Moon Maiden in his arms. It was as if they were separated from a long-lost relative. Surprise. Peace of mind. In front of the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao felt that he could be a normal person again. He no longer felt any pressure. He didn't need to think about anything. He could just be a 16-year-old boy. This child is not afraid of being laughed at. The Moon Lady smiled and gently patted Ling Xiao's back. Her gentleness was tinged with trembling. "No, Sister Moon Maiden, what's wrong with you?" Ling Xiao's senses were so sensitive. The moment he touched the Moon Maiden, he felt that something was wrong with her. "I'm fine. What about you?" The Moon Maiden forced a smile, but it was really forced. Nonsense. Ling Xiao wasn't an idiot. How could he not tell that the Moon Lady was enduring the pain? He looked back at Xieli and said, "These are my friends. Arrange for them to rest first. I'm going to the blood mirror pool again." After saying that, Ling Xiao dragged the Moon Maiden into the blood mirror pool. He had absorbed the Tai Chi ball in the blood mirror pool, but there was still a passage with pool water that could heal all kinds of injuries. This time, it was naturally to find that thing. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at this scene, all extremely shocked. Who was the Moon Lady? That was an existence that could destroy hundreds of thousands of lives with a flick of a finger. Why did she feel like an obedient little wife in front of Ling Xiao? When Ling Xiao held her hand, she didn't resist at all. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Ling Xiao, where are you taking me? The Moon Maiden asked with a bitter smile. Go to a good place. Ling Xiao said as he walked, but his tone was a little cold. Are you angry? The Moon Maiden asked with a smile, although it wasn't easy to smile. Yes, I'm angry. This problem of yours definitely didn't form in a day or two. What's going on? Why didn't you tell me before? Ling Xiao's cold voice showed that he was really angry. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but even if I did, it would be useless. The Moon Maiden smiled bitterly. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry. She didn't know why, but she didn't even blink when facing a powerhouse like Timur Mutu. Facing hundreds of thousands of troops, she could coldly and mercilessly kill them with a wave of her hand. But facing Ling Xiao, she was really a little cautious. Perhaps it was because she felt that this was a man worth protecting from the bottom of her heart. How do you know it's useless if you don't tell me? Ling Xiao sighed and said, Sister Moon Maiden, when I said that I wanted to marry you and become your man, did you think I was joking? That's right, I haven't met the conditions you gave me yet, but I'm working hard, very hard. I like you, and I won't allow you to be hurt in any way. The Moon Maiden smiled, feeling very sweet in her heart. Smile. You still have the cheek to smile? Why did you come here from the heavenly dragon continent? Just like how the Moon Maiden couldn't be angry with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao really couldn't be angry with the Moon Maiden. His anger just now was just an act. He liked this woman so much, so how could he bear to be angry with her? Of course it's because I'm worried about you, you little lunatic. The Moon Maiden said with a smile, Oh, don't you know how to feel sorry for yourself? You're always going against those enemies who are stronger than you. I'm really worried about you. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Sister Moon Maiden, this is indeed dangerous, but if I don't resist, I'll die in a daze like those beggars on the streets. I've seen too many of such things. Why wasn't he willing to suffer? Why wasn't he willing to compromise? Why wasn't he willing to endure? This had something to do with what happened when he was young. Back then, there were two beggars in the beggar sect in Tianfeng City who were bullied by a noble young master. A chose to compromise, chose to endure and cower. In the end, he was tortured to death by the noble young master. B chose to resist, and he killed the noble young master. In the end, he was beaten to death by the noble young master's family. Although both of them died, Ling Xiao still felt that B's death was more valuable. Even before he died, he dragged someone down with him and killed his enemy. But A was too cowardly. Because of this, Ling Xiao had always lived according to B's method. Of course, he didn't want to die, so he had to become stronger than B. He had to become able to protect himself. Sister Moon Maiden, this should be the blood mirror pool that the Scorpion Man King uses to heal and cultivate. Let's see if it can relieve your pain. Soon, Ling Xiao brought the Moon Maiden to the blood mirror pool. There was indeed a pool of blood-red water in the blood mirror pool. There was also a mirror, which was the blood mirror. The Moon Maiden took off her outer clothes and stepped into the blood mirror pool with only her undergarments in an attempt to relieve the pain. It's really effective. The Moon Maiden heaved a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. He really couldn't bear to watch the woman he loved suffer in front of him. But as Ling Xiao sat there, he was thinking further ahead. The water in the blood mirror pool was limited. Once it was used up, it would be gone. Then, how would the Moon Maiden avoid the pain and torture in the future? Would she have to go back and stay in the palace of the Yuehua school? Of course. It was also possible to find the Moonlight Heart, but that was too far away. He didn't know when it would happen. For the Moon Maiden, he had to create a moon. Ling Zhao's thoughts became clear. In the mountain river world, day and night alternated. However, there was sun during the day, but it was pitch black at night. There was nothing. Since that was the case, he might as well create a bright moon in the middle of the night. Chapter 1093, Creating the Moon. This wasn't impossible. After all, Dai had been born. Moreover, Ling Xiao now understood that a martial soul could be upgraded through his own efforts. Sister Moon Maiden, do you mind if I absorb some of your yin-yang origin energy? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Do as you wish. The Moon Maiden believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't harm her. If Ling Xiao also wanted to harm her, then so be it. In this life, there were 3 people she trusted the most. One was the Yu Hua, immortal. The other was her disciple Yi Hua, and the last one was Ling Xiao. The Moonlight Immortal was nowhere to be found. Her disciple, Yi Hua, had betrayed her. If she was betrayed by Ling Xiao again, she felt that her life was meaningless. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know this. He didn't need to know. What he did was for the good of the Moon Maiden. That was enough. His goal was to use the Moon Maiden's yin-yang origin energy to condense the embryonic form of the moon. Once the embryonic form was formed, the rest would be easy, as the Moon Maiden's yin-yang origin energy continued to enter his mountain river martial soul. A glimmer of light appeared in the dark night sky. Although it didn't look like a moon yet, the embryonic form had already appeared. I'm sorry, Senior Brother Wu Xiang. For the sake of Sister Moon Maiden, I can only use the Moonlight Treasure Ship that you gave me. The Moonlight Treasure Ship was the Yuehua School's most precious treasure. Although it wasn't good at attacking, it was very useful for traveling. Of course, the most important thing was that it was made of moon wood that had condensed the essence of the moon. It was very effective in condensing the moon in the mountain river world. Just as Ling Xiao expected, as the Moonlight Treasure Ship shrank and disappeared, the glimmer of light finally formed the shape of a crescent moon. The Moon Maiden soaked in the blood pool, while Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, constantly extracting water from the blood pool to strengthen the crescent moon. Time continued to pass. Outside the forbidden area, Xieli had been elected as the new Scorpion King by the Scorpion people and buried the one who had died in the battle. It took a full day and night. When the sun rose from the east, the door of the blood mirror pool finally opened. The Moon Maiden held onto Ling Xiao's arm and walked out. The 16-year-old youth was much taller than the average youth because he had been practicing martial arts for a long time. He was already about 8 meters tall. She was holy and noble. The man was an extraordinary hero. There's simply a match made in heaven. People couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, although many people still didn't know what the relationship between Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady was. Even a fool would be able to guess what was going on from the fact that the Moon Lady had killed Timur Mutu out of anger to how close the two of them were now. Of course, the full moon in Ling Xiao's mountain river martial soul had already formed, so there was a strange connection between it and the Moon Lady's body. This made everyone even more certain of their relationship. Looking at this scene, Xieli could not help but feel a little jealous and helpless. She had once thought that once her cultivation reached the yin-yang realm, she might be worthy of this heroic young man. As long as she was willing, Ling Xiao would definitely fall in love with her. But now, it seemed that she had been overthinking things. In terms of appearance, she was inferior to the Moon Maiden. In terms of strength, she was also inferior to the Moon Maiden. How could she compare with the Moon Maiden? Master, Cold Plum stepped forward and greeted him. Perhaps only Cold Plum had never thought of such a thing. She only wanted to be by Ling Xiao's side forever and protect Ling Xiao. That was enough. Hai Myung Ko could not help but sigh. In the past, she was the Holy Sun, but Ling Xiao had never thought highly of her. She did not understand why at that time, but now she suddenly understood. His woman was so much better than hers. Her thoughts were nothing but improper thoughts. Young master, what do you plan to do next? Cieli recovered from her disappointment. After all, she was now the queen of the Scorpion Men tribe. She could not always immerse herself in love. Return to the northern desert city. Ling Xiao said. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao glanced at the devastated Scorpion Men tribe and said, "Why don't you come with me? Ji Ning in the northern desert city is my good friend. The living conditions there are much better than here. Moreover, you Scorpion Men have offended the Black Crow Empire this time. If they are determined to destroy you, it will be safer to go to the northern desert city." "Is it really okay?" Cieli said worriedly. "The people of the Divine Phoenix Empire are not so friendly to us Scorpion Men. You can rest assured. I can't guarantee the safety of the people in other places, but the northern desert city is fine." Ling Xiao explained. "That's fine. It just so happens that I also wish to escort young master. If we can really settle down there, we'll stay. If not, we'll just leave." Cieli nodded and said, "Let's go. Our destination is the northern desert city." Looking at Timur, Muta's head, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Not only did he capture Qimojian alive, but he also killed Timur, Mutu. This time, he would like to see what General Jia, who occupied the northern desert city, had to say. "Sister Moon Maiden, hold my waist tightly. We should go now." Ling Xiao stepped on the back of a demon wolf and patted the Moon Maiden's hand gently. The Moon Maiden felt the most comfortable staying by his side now because she could feel the power of the moon at all times. Not only did her cultivation recover faster, but she also did not have to suffer anymore. Of course, the Moon Maiden did not have to stay by Ling Xiao's side all the time. The pain would only begin after she left the moonlight. Therefore, it was not a problem to stay with Ling Xiao for a period of time. It was just that it was obviously more comfortable now. The Moon Maiden no longer looked like an expert who had killed hundreds of thousands of Black Crow army with a snap of her fingers. She had completely become Ling Xiao's little wife. Although she had not recognized Ling Xiao's strength, she had already recognized Ling Xiao as a person. Perhaps this time he wasn't mistaken. Yellow sand, old trees, and dusk crows. Ancient west wind war horses. The sun was setting. A group of thousands of warriors galloped toward the northern desert city in an orderly manner. On the demon wolf, in the lead, there was a young man with a cold and determined face. Behind him, a fairy-like woman gently wrapped her arms around his waist. Her face was filled with happiness and peace. The wind blew, and her long hair danced. It was like an ink painting in the hands of a master. Solemn, tense, high fighting spirit. This painting had the tenderness of the human world and the passion of the battlefield. Everyone had their own stories, and they would write even more beautiful stories in the days to come. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of them. The young man stretched out his right hand and signaled everyone to stop. "Boss, there's a situation." One of them said, "Speak." The northern desert pass and northern desert city seemed to have been occupied by the Imperial Army. "There's danger everywhere along the way." The other person replied. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's face turned gloomy.